Hello! I'm early! Welcome to the office hours, ladies and gentlemen. This is a live stream that I do on Thursdays at twitch.tv/TheAstroPub, youtube.com/TheAstroPubLive, where we do kind of an AMA, look at the news, lore, and more of Star Citizen. Just hang out and talk Star Citizen for 2 to 8 hours, whatever this floats our boat. It's Invictus! We're going to be talking a little bit about Invictus stuff, and I'm going to talk about the strangest, weirdest thing I have seen in a while. and the serendipitous timing. For those of you who don't know, I just released a lore video on the complete history of Anvil Aerospace, and it's doing well. It is going well. We've got, it's at like 6,000 views after the first 24 hours, and I'm like 6,500. I was not expecting it to do super well, but it's also one of the like top responses for Drake for Anvil. What that's telling me is that I need to do more like 1 hour long videos. Enough of these like, 15, 20 minute videos, just like 30 to an hour. That's what you want. Covering extensive topics. How's the rage level today? Calm down a bit. I mean, I'm not mad at all. If you're talking about me, I'm not mad at all about Star Citizen's changes for this one. It just feels like a strange choice. I'll go through my tinfoil hat theory, because it just definitely feels like it, but Hey, Vincent. How large will the Ironclad be, you think? It's a triple wide Caterpillar. 2,000 plus SCU, easy. They showed 4 fucking Novas being able to fit in the military one, so... I'm not mad at the marketing ploy, it's just disappointed. This doesn't feel like a marketing ploy. Hey man, I sent you a friend request on Discord. Thanks for accepting. Can I message you for some assistance with lore as you're an expert? Working on a character development for RP story for me and some player. If you were to ask some questions, I'll do my best to I may not be like super responsive, but I'll do my best to answer. The Caterpillar. Ironclad is a Drake luxury ship. Just put a pool where the cargo deck is. Any Ironclad lore, they literally have not released anything. Like, they haven't even released the video, the ship yet for sale. So, like, that's when we would get any lore if there is one. But they haven't been, so. Hey, Paul, just finished watching your short lore video on Anvil. Great watch. Now just waiting for the 2-hour-long video on Redeemer's lore.
You can take away my space
suit.
You can even take away my space lasers. But you can never,
ever
Take away my space game.
N0 versus _A42 just resubscribed for 14 months. Question. Now that we have two vehicles that use the Drake sidecar command module, so you think the chances are good to see it sold separately?
No, because they said they don't want it to be a real ship.
You can take away my spaceship.
Spaceship.
You can take away my space suit.
Suit.
You can even take away my space lasers.
No PPUs.
But you can never, ever take away my space game.
Yeah, it's the same command module.
I am Caffeine Fiend just resubscribed for 10 months. Look at that. 10
Thank you so
damn
much.
months watching the best law wizard in Stanton.
Thank you for that 10 months of support there, Caffeine Fiend. You're very important, public, very impressed by serving pedestrian. This is your fault. You're drinking night. Shots and cheers in chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. No, I can almost guarantee you that it's going to be the same size. I can guarantee you that the thank you, Nova, as well for that 14 months of support. It almost certainly will be the same size as the Caterpillars, because this is going to sound very odd, but it makes it less work for CIG, and anytime they can do stuff that cuts out the work, they'll do it. It also fits in lore. Fits in lore, fits in the mood, that kind of stuff, so. Thank you for watching there, Ghost. Yeah, it's just an escape pod. What they'll do is they'll probably overhaul the pod when they do the Ironclad, and they'll do the Drake. They'll do the Caterpillar Gold Standard at the same time. That's what they'll do. Thickapillar, I like it. The Fatapillar is another good one. Yeah, they're going to reuse assets. It's going to be a massive asset reuse, which makes sense because the real reason why they're building the Caterpillar, the Iron Chad, is to build larger scale hallways and such, so they can use them for the Kraken.
You can take away my space suit.
They said it has space for 6 people.
But you can never.
Seats for 6 people.
Ever.
Which means it's just going to change the Caterpillar module.
89 Digdug just resubscribed for 29 months. Keep up the good work, Paul.
Thank you so much for that 89 months of support there. 89 months, 29 months, 89. You're very important, Papa, very impressive, Pisser, very new pedestrian. This is your fault. You're drinking out. Trust and cheers in chat, y'all. Trust and cheers. What's the crew count on the Caterpillar? 6. There's a pilot, co-pilot, 2 gunners, and I think an engineer. So like, two tractor beam operators. So it's anywhere between 5 and 6. I believe there are 6 beds in the Caterpillar as well. I don't have a Caterpillar, so I can't look myself, but I will look up. Let's see if there's any interior shots. not seeing any interior shots I can find. Yeah, I'm not finding interior shots. But it's got like more than 4 beds. I know that for sure. The Caterpillar has 2 bunks in the living space and a bunk in the pod, making 6. Yeah. So, and they don't need bunks. So, like, I know everyone's like, but it's going to be changed. They're going to do the same thing. What they're going to do is they're going to overhaul the command module so that it has seats, because they said seats, not beds. It's not an actual ship. That's what John Cruz said. We'll watch it again. We're going to watch it anyways today, but we're gonna watch it again. You'll see that he said seats for 6. There's only seats for 2 right now, and there are two beds on the command module. They're going to strip those out and they'll replace them with jump seats. There'll be 6 or 4. What are those? 4 Cutlass style jump seats at the bottom deck. Guarantee it. Yeah, it's an escape module. So, and why would they do more work? This is the same company that is actively avoiding doing capital ships because it takes them too long. We'll have to look at it, but the crew for the Ironclad is probably like, I think it's like 6. Fatterpillar, Team Fatterpillar for the win. Concept, it's easy to draw, Andrew. It's very easy to draw. And or to like do some basic modeling. A lot harder to put it in game. Do we think that the model for the Ironclad we saw in ISE is early white box or just a concept mesh? It's a concept mesh. There's no way they're going beyond the concept stuff, but the concept helps them visually kind of make it make sense. You know, it helps them kind of flesh out what the ship's like sizes will be, so that when they actually go to make it, becomes a little bit easier. Cruise 6, the Ironclad, for John said that's they said not a ship, but you zoom in close in the command module. There's a purple box for QT fuel and tank, I think. Oh no, it's got QT fuel. It actually has a jump drive on it. If it's the same command module from the Caterpillar, the idea is that it has its own jump drive. It's not a ship, but it is because you also got to remember, when it comes down to it, we will eventually have in 4.0 life support. So if we have life support limitations, that thing's not going to be able to hold life support for 6 fucking people. That thing can hold probably hold enough atmosphere for like 6 people for like a couple of hours. It's not designed as a long-term hauling thing. Hey, Paul, what do you think the emphasis on the command module not being exactly like the Caterpillar's module? They seem to make things like that would break in the clad for breaking away. What? They made it seem like things would break in the clad for breaking away. I don't know what you're talking about. I'd have to take a look at the video again. I'm pretty sure it's going to be the same command module. It doesn't make any sense for them to make 2 separate command modules for that have the exact same functions for 2 ships that are large. It makes no sense to me. You won't be able to use the Ironclad, the Ironclad command module. You won't be able to use the Caterpillar command module as a separate ship. they've always called it a command module, and it looks almost the visual identity is exactly the same. I think y'all are getting wrapped up in reading tea leaves and trying to suss it out. It's like they're going to take the least restrictive environment. They're going to take the easiest path possible for it, and it fits it in terms of narrative. It fits it in terms of design language to just have the same fucking command module. Because it's Drake. It's their fucking style to just have swappable shit like that. Like, they fucking print on the fucking ship that Drake ships are made out of like 80% recycled material. It's fucking text that CIG wrote out and put on the Drake ships. Like, we'll watch it and see if they said it, but almost 80% recycled cutlasses, you mean?
I'm just an old-fashioned cowboy.
And that's why they I think even in the like little thing it says like proud to be. But yeah, no, like I would be highly
Weapons free, y'all.
not weirded out. I'd be highly confused if they were completely separate command modules. Also using it is smart. Yeah.
To democracy.
Because the other thing is that anything that they build for the Ironclad, all of the gold standard work for that, it's going to be reused for the Caterpillar. For its gold standard.
Hello, I like money.
When you look through the concept layout they had, it looked identical to some of the Caterpillar's loadout. It's like, oh, I see what you're doing there. I see what you did there. You just strapped 3 Caterpillars to each other. Oh, they already said Ironclads first, so. Now, I mark my words. They will do the gold standard Caterpillar the same time they do the Ironclad.
You can take away my space suit. You can even take away my space lasers. But you can never, ever.
Exactly. We're using them when they put it in 5 years. When they put it in there, it'd be 8 months instead of 16.
Ramim_noodle just resubscribed for 4 months.
Thank you so much there, Ramim Noodle, for that Twitch Prime sub. You're a very important pub, a very impressive pisser, very new pedestrian. This is for all if you're drinking that. Shots and cheers in chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. They said in the last SCL that they need to onboard people with good good shipbuilding practices rather than looking
take away my
for
spaceship.
looking at old spaghetti
You can take away my
ships.
space suit.
Then they can go back and apply that
You
easily.
can even take away my space lasers. But you can never,
The M2 is dead.
ever take away my space game.
Deepa!
Gifted Deeper a membership. Deeper celebrates 21 months of membership.
Wee! Thanks for 21 months of membership, Deepa. You're a very important pub, a very impressive pisser, very new pedestrian. You rock. Shots and cheers in chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. You know how not a white box this is, though? It's not even in the hollow viewer defense.
Why is the Redeemer the Empire's most sought-after gunship? The latest chapter in Aegis Dynamics' history of building the world's finest military-grade spacecraft, the Redeemer brings together power, agility and lethality to deliver next-generation capabilities for decades to come. Designed to be the universe's most capable best-value multi-role fighter available, no other ship comes close to matching the Redeemer's unique combination of dependable strength and ground
You done?
You can take away my spaceship.
I was going to say, we are not amused, Shrekky.
You can even take away my space lasers. But you can never,
Never,
ever,
ever.
take away my space game.
Gifted Lunam, a membership. Luna Maria celebrates 7 months of membership.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for that 7 months of membership there, Luna Maria. You're a very important pupper, very impressed blister. Very pedestrian. This is your fault. User drinking night. Shots and cheers in chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. Now I'm fucking tempted to gift 1 sub by one for a few minutes. Thank you, Mike Lansing. Nah, don't ban people for trolling with the Redeemer. I'm not gonna yell at people for spending money on trolling me. Like, oh no, money. Please, no, don't give me money.
You can take away my spaceship. You can take away my space suit. You can even take away my space lasers. But you can never, ever take away my space game.
G-Skiller 2 has subscribed.
No, I didn't. See, Daddy, I didn't. Thank you so much for that. That's prime sub there, G-Skillet. You're very important, pupper. Very impressive, Mr. Very pedestrian. This your fault. The return drinking night. Shots and cheers and chat. Shots and cheers. Wee. Is this going to become the new sub thing where when you sub you just go wee? Because the whole thing was like $3,000 or $4,000 we had to raise. Because it was like for me and my wife to go, but we only raised $2,000. Which is like only raised $2,000, but you know. Woo! Question, if every Drake ship is a Cutlass, then, but blank. What is a blank for the Fatapillar? The Drake ship is the Fatapillar is a Cutlass. It's just the Cutlass thick. The Caterpillar is the Cutlass long. And the Kraken is the Cutlass damn. Real question with the command modules is how much Drake brand duct tape do you need to reattach it each time? The Corsair is the Cutlass long range, the Cutlass Explorer. The Cutter is the Cutlass small. The Herald is the Cutlass fast. And the Buccaneer is the Cutlass angry. Cutter is the Cutlass small. Yeah. The Vulture is the Cutlass ghetto, or the Cutlass redneck. I don't know. It's the Cutlass salvager. It's literally built off the chassis of a Cutlass. Like, even in lore, the Vulture started as a Cutlass modification. Does the Ironclad step on the Hercules' toes? No, because it's like 4 times the size of the Hercules. The thing's going to be a Corvette size. Or almost. It steps on the Liberator's toes more than anything. Because that drop top is going to mean that you can land ships in that thing. It's a carrier. It even has places for support vehicles for repair and refuel and rearming. It's a carrier. It's a carrier that also can haul cargo. It's like 3 fucking ironclads strapped together, or 3 ironclads, three cutlasses strapped together. Cutlasses, caterpillars. Yeah, that's the only advantage the Liberator has, is it has small crew requirements and it has it probably has more space for vehicles than more space for vehicles and ships. But than the Ironclad. But the Ironclad has this thing called the roof. So you can't fucking hit anything inside of it. Them biddies.
Long live Drake.
Yes. But the Liberator will see a size and stat creep before it comes out. It needs a little bit of an increase, probably. I still think Tree is right when Tree says that thing needs to, the top deck needs to be able to hold a Valkyrie. If the Liberator was expanded so that it had sleeping quarters for the crew, for the passengers on board, and had enough to hold 1, if not 2 Valkyries, it would be perfect. It just needs to be a tiny bit bigger. It desperately needs a bed for like a group of Marines.
Drinks all around.
And it needs a maintenance deck.
Put your lips together, blow the candle out, party like it's your birthday, party like it's your birthday. I wanna make you feel real special, put your name in lights. We are gonna party like it's your birthday, gonna party like it's your birthday, gonna party like it's your birthday, blow the candle out.
Griffon Gaming RP just got a sub from SC_Dreki. SC_Dreki gifted a tier 1 sub to Griffon Gaming RPG.
Thank you for giving that sub to Griffon Gaming RPG. You're both, Dreki, you're both very important pubbers, very impressive business, very pedestrians. You rock. Shots and cheers in chat, y'all. Shots and cheers.
N0 versus _A42 just gifted 2 subs.
Thank you for giving those subs there, Nova. You are a very important pupper, very impressive business, very neat pedestrians. You all rock. Shots and cheers in chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. Remember, I troll, but Lord Daddy, I know him. I love him. I know. Like I said, I'm not going to get mad at you. I'm just going to troll back. As much as I can.
89 Digdug just gifted 5 subs.
Thank you, 89, for giving those 5 subs to Broccoli, Intercrosser, Donnie, Bubba Vox, and Jasper. You're all very important pubbers, very impressive business, very neat pedestrians. You rock. Shots and cheers and chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. Looking for this real quickly. Liberator, Star Citizen. All right, so I'm going to pull open the interior here. Is a good video image of the Liberator. And I want to talk to you about what I mean by increasing the size. Okay, so this is what the Liberator looks like. So that's the front. This is the back. This is the vehicle bay, and then it has these crew things. So, and that's forward ramp access, I guess, and rear ramp. What I'm saying is take out the rear ramp and just have a forward ramp. And then this back area, you expand it back out. You add beds for 20 or 40 troops, showers, medical bay, and machine shop. Those 4 things in that area. So you have repair / crafting. you have, small showers and beds so that you can carry troops on board. That should increase it enough so that you could put at least one Valkyrie on that thing, if not two. And then suddenly you've got yourself an LPD. And then you sell a civilian version, which is like that, except it doesn't have the machine shop or the medical bay, and instead has a commissary, so that people could buy stuff like food and stuff like that, and like a place where you could sit down and eat, like a mess hall. Simple, and then you've got yourself a Roro. Because right now it has 16 seats, which is fine. But that shit should be 40 minimum. Why does it have like 16 jump seats, but 8 suit lockers? What? Oh, there's additional 6 over here. So, yeah. But yeah, it's kind of weird. And a small bathroom. Share a suit. No Roro? You can still do Roro, you just wouldn't have front and back access. Basically, my point is that this thing is lacking. It needs a little bit more support for long-range missions, and it would be an LPD. And I think Star Citizen needs an LPD because it needs somewhere for people to stage. And for player perspective, this would be like an organization thing. So your organization doesn't have enough money for a Caterpillar, but you do have enough money for a Liberator, and you can use it as a mobile base platform for building stuff, because you can keep in your vehicle bay a bunch of stuff that will help you build stuff, or rock DSs or rocks, or other things, and you can carry around other ships to help you out, as well as that kind of stuff. LPD, not LDP, yeah. LDP. LPT or LPD, yeah. But with that, you can then also use it as a ferry for NPCs. So if a player needs to move their Aurora from point A to point B, but doesn't want to pay to have it moved, and they want to move with it, you have Liberators that act as ferries to ferry you from different places in the verse. Because it also carries your stuff with you, so you can get out, buy a ticket on a ferry from Stanton to Terra. If you get yourself an LPD, make sure you stock enough crayons for the Marines. Yeah. Is the lib good to purchase now? Depends on what you want to do. The answer generally is no, because it can haul vehicles, which is nice, and it can haul small fighters, but the price is pretty high. Let me look at the actual price for the Liberator. I think the Liberator was like 500. 500 Warbond, 575 standalone. And it's going to go up. But for a crew of 2, it's not bad. Oh, the Ironclad is going to be more expensive than the Liberator. The Ironclad is going to be $550 Warbond, $625 regular. All of the new ships that have gone up have been way higher than they have than previous ships have, and it's going to happen to be coming up there as well. It also has a point defense, yeah. Do we know if the Ironclad is in the same territory? It has the same purpose. It's probably bigger than the Liberator, but it's also around the same purpose as the estimations that people have is about 2,000 SCU of cargo space, so that's like a whole sea territory, and the whole sea is something similar. The whole sea was $500. It was originally $200, but now it's $500. And this is going to be more expensive than the Whole Sea because you're paying for the armor. In lore, did these ships release around the same time? There is no lore for the Liberator, and there is no lore for the Ironclad, so we have no idea. It's a step between the Caterpillar and the Whole Sea, and that's why it's going to cost more than the Whole Sea. Guarantee it, it's going to cost more than a Whole Sea because you're paying for not having as they're going to argue it as you have armor protecting your cargo, where you don't have that with the Whole Sea. Okay, Nova, we're talking about the same people who priced the Drake. That they said, oh, we're going to do a cheap drop ship with the Cutlass Steel, and it was still like $275 or something like that. And in game, the steel is cheaper than the black. What they're saying is that the Ironclad will be cheaper in game than a Whole Sea, not cheaper in price. It's also newer than the Whole Sea and probably will have more, will actually work when it releases, unlike the Whole Sea, which still doesn't fucking work. It's guns, Andrew. It's not drop seats, it's guns. They tend to overprice guns. But Drake should be cheaper than Misk, right? Yeah, in-game. Yeah, it'll almost certainly be cheaper in-game. Not in real life.
You can take away my spaceship. You can take away my space suit.
No, the M2 runs $120 higher because it's got armor.
But you can never, ever take away my space game.
Logaradan just resubscribed for 18 months, 07.
Thank you so much for that 18 months of support there, Logaradan. You're a very important pub, very precipice, very pedestrian. This is your fault. I'm drinking night. Shots and cheers in chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. Yeah, I think the M2 also has more guns. If it does have more guns, that, again, makes sense. CIG places an extreme premium on guns. Like, the more guns it has, the more, and the more armor it has, the higher price they give it. All right, now I'm going to talk about the weird thing. All right, we're going to talk about this. I'm not going to do a capsule on it because I don't think it's worth a capsule because it's just going to cause a lot of weird drama, which is not worth it in my opinion. But let's talk about the Anvil, the F7C Mark I. All right. So, I am confused by this. I've seen people scream and shout that this is FOMO. This is the strangest FOMO I've ever seen. Because it makes no sense. Bid farewell to a true legend. Ever since his debut in 2806, still keeping the dates, I guess. Doc Brown built the Hornet, confirmed. The Hornet has risen to excel in a variety of roles, from high-stakes reconnaissance to brutal dogfighting. However, in recent escalating threats have pushed us to go further. Cue the F7 Hornet Mark II series, which now proudly leads the line in the UAE Navy. While the F7 Hornet Mark I has enjoyed a long and illustrious service, we are winding down the production of this legendary chassis. Invictus Link launch week 2954 will be the final time the Hornet Mark I is available to the civilian market. For those esteemed pilots who have flown the Mark I into countless battles and adventures, this marks a unique opportunity to own a piece of history. As we bid farewell to this iconic ship, it becomes more than just a vessel, it becomes a rare collectible and a testament to Anvil's legacy. Join us in celebrating the legendary Anvil F7 Hornet Mark I series with a special edition heritage paints commemorating historical moments from the past. Be among a few proudly showcasing this classic, sharing the heritage tradition of Anvil's storied past. Medium fighter, military fighter, gunship, recon, stealth fighter. Now this you still cannot get unless you have a special upgrade token, which I think has already been distributed to people who already have it, so... Last chance. With the ascendancy of the Hornet Mark II, now the UE's premier carrier-based fighter, we bid farewell to the legendary Mark I lineup. Invictus Launch Week 2954 marks the final chance to pledge for the classic F7 Mark I series, along with its removal from upcoming in-game dealerships. The Hornet Mark I series will remain flyable and fully supported, receiving bug fixes and its planned gold standard pass. So someone in here said, oh, it's going to be harder for them to do it. They're still going to make it a gold standard, so it's still going to get gold standard. So it's like, it's not actually going away. It's still there. You just won't be able to purchase it in game or purchase it with on the storefront. That will be replaced with an F7C Mark II. Does this affect the Heartseeker and the Super? Yes. You will no longer be able to purchase the Heartseeker or the Super after this event, and in game or in the stores. But they're going to go over here quickly because they will get Mark II versions for them as well. It will also be eligible for new paints and cosmetics in the future, so it's still going to get paint support. There will even be another means to attain the F7 Mark I in the future, though we're not quite ready to share those plans yet. Owners of the Mark I series will possess a usable classic vehicle, allowing them to showcase a rare piece of Anvil's legacy. So they're not dropping support for it. It's still going to get all of the gold standard and other upgrades. And it's still going to be able to use the paints that the Mark II is going to get. We're getting Oh, sorry about that. We got an automaton.
To democracy!
Democracy. So the accusation is that this is a FOMO, that they're only removing it so they can sell more Hornet Mark Is. But they're still going to be available in game. This part right here. There will even be other means to attain the F7 Mark I in the future, though we're not quite ready to share those plans yet. Fucking rep wall, my dudes. It's going to be a reward for having reputation with Anvil or the UE military or some other factions. They'll give you access to an F7C Mark I. So it's still going to be in game. If this was a FOMO, you wouldn't say that. You would say, get it now, last chance to buy. They wouldn't add this little caveat that you'll still be able to earn it in game. It's like, what? But like, this announcement is weird because it's like, why remove something from the storefront that you're going to still support? No, it still says there will even be other means to obtain the F7 Mark I in the future. Though we're not ready to share those plans yet. You can get the thing in game. They just aren't telling us what it is yet because they don't have the final idea of what missions you'd have to do, where the CIG is basically, the thing you gotta understand about CIG is that they won't tell us shit unless they have 100% certainty that's what's going to happen. Because in the past, if they said something like, this is what we're planning to do, but things can change, people take out a fucking chisel and they chisel that shit into the stone and then point at it and go, you promised. Doesn't matter how much Winnie Weasel words they add, they still go, you promised, and scream to the high heavens, because Star Citizen fans are gamers, and gamers at their core are entitled. Not to say CIG hasn't fucked up many times, even in this last fucking week, even with like this. But it's still like, that is how CIG has to communicate with us, because if they don't, they create more problems than they're worth, because that gets brought up by the refund subreddit, and the refund subreddit are a bunch of people with way too much time to focus on Star Citizen and actively seek out gaming journos so that they can try to spread bad news for CIG. Like, when all of those layoffs were happening, the reason why a bunch of gaming journos started talking about layoffs at CIG is because the refund subreddit started were stalking people and started to gather information about CIG's laying off some people, and then they took that information and they sent it to fucking journalists so they could publish it. That's some fucking next level dedication for some weird fucking obsession with this game. And so if you're CIG, I understand entirely why you would just not tell people these things, because there are some people out there who are really fucking weird and get really weird about it. So, like, that's one of the reasons why they won't tell us yet, because, you know, so we know it's almost certainly going to be in the game and you're going to be able to earn it. So, what the fuck is this? Owners of the Mark I series will possess a usable classic vehicle, and even then, every pilot knows the F7 series excels in range of combat scenarios thanks to its role-specific variants. The Anvil Aerospace can confirm that Mark II editions of the formidable F7CM Super Hornet, F7CS Ghost, and F7CR Tracker. I said that was a T in the complete history of Star Citizen lore. Intentionally, because people started commenting on it. I was like, yes, keep talking. Will be introduced into the not too distant future. Got questions? Check out the Spectrum. And then a lot of people were mad about this. So we've got 3 paints. I like that paint, actually. And then this. What? Every single variant of the Mark I with a paint skin with like 5 different versions of the same paint. What? For $650. It's not with all 3 skins. It's with, looks like 5 versions of the same paint. So you get 1 paint skin for every single version. Let's take a look at it. See what we get. So it comes with all of it's not even that. It's just 3 of the 3 of the paints, not even LTI. You get 10-year insurance, which is, 10-year insurance. And you get 1 of every ship. But you don't get the Heartseeker. Which is the only reason why people buy a Super Hornet these days. And then you can also get them standalone. Now, the reason why, but you can't buy the Super Hornet, which is nice. The reason why a lot of people are getting mad is, first off, this is a fucking ripoff. It's just the C with an upgrade patch and or upgrade kit and or like change different weapon loadout and a skin. Like, is it really worth $50 more? No. Killian blue paint, Ironheart paint, and Corin camo. So why does Corin camo All right, chat. This is for some more here. Corin is the name of the headquarters, the home of the UEE Marines, and Corin, which is in the Killian system, is an ice world. Why is this not white or gray or some other version of snow camo? What's under that ice? Marines. The entire planet is rimmed with underground bases. It's a planet that's infested with Marines. No, they actively they do some straight up 40K Marine shit where, like, if you get chosen for the Marines, they throw you outside of it, like in the cold environments, which is basically like microtech, and they say with some basic survival gear, they're like, we'll see you in 3 weeks, don't die. like that's how you fucking join the Marines, is they train you in ice cold conditions that will kill you unless you know how to survive. Like, what the fuck? I don't know what the Ironheart is. This unique livery, previously used by the Navy on Hornets escorting diplomats before being retired, is released in the public. Okay, so it's like a special Navy squadron paint. Of course, the Killian blue. This is the Navy blue. This makes sense. Pax Humana, straight up dark navy blue. Yeah, it's the same color as like the forest camo for Marines. But it's just like snowblind. Snowblind. It's Corin. Why would you call it Corin camo and not make it white? Call it Marine camo. Anywho. What's the difference between the Mark I and the Mark II? Gun size. Gun size and maneuverability. I think the Mark II is more maneuverable and has the same loadout as the F8C. Or the F8 series. I think the F8 and the F7 Mark II have the F7 Mark II are comparable in terms of, I think they have the exact same weapons loadouts. Maybe a little bit smaller for the Hornet, but it's got a ball turret which can hold 2 size 2s or 2 size 3s. And it's got a nose turret which can hold size 4s or 2 size 1s, and then nose area for 2 size 3s, 2 size 4s. No, 2 size 2s or size 1s. I can't remember which one, but it's a size 4 mounting point, and the wings are size 4 as well. No. It's in the Killians, and not. Yeah, it's in the Killian system. Corin is in the Killian system, along with MacArthur. So MacArthur is the head of is where the Navy base is. It's where the head of the UEE Navy is, and Corin is in the Killian system. It's an ice planet in the Killian system. Are they not? Because the F8C, the F8 has 2 size 4s and 4 size 3s, right? I just did a video on this. Look it up. It has 4 size 3s. Two size 2s. Is 4 size 2? No. 2 size 2s. Oh, that's missiles. 4 size 3s. 2 size 2s. So it's got 4 size 2s and 4 size 3s? Doesn't seem right. It has its turret mount, and then it's got 4 guns on the wings, right? Yeah, so the F8A, 2 size, okay, so the F8A has 2 size 4s, 4 size 3s, and 2 size 3s. This is saying. So it has 6 size 3s and 2 size 4s? I'm only seeing 4 on the picture, though. I see 4 on two on each wing, and then the turret. This is what the F8 looks like. So there, I see 2 weapons here, 2 weapons here, and then 2 on the turrets. Are there ones over here that I'm not seeing? Does it have a nose turret? So there's 2 under here. 2 shin guns. Okay, so it's got slightly more guns. The F8 has slightly more guns. But they're pretty close because the F8, the F7A Mark II has 2 size 4s, 2 size 3s, and then 2 size 2s if you get the chin turrets. But you can also, it's a size 4 mount, so you can do 3 size 4s and 2 size 3s. Yeah, there's only 2 size 4s on the F8 as well. Most of them are size 3s. And the F8C is actually size 3s. So it actually goes lower down, so the F7A actually has higher capacity with its guns. The F7 could have 6, but it can also have 5 if you swap out the chin turret for just a single size 4. The Mark II has a baby capacitor, though. Yes. So it's not as chunky, and it's not as defensible because the F8 has fucking 4 size 1 shield generators. Fuck me. Coran, not a K. And 4 size 3s, yeah. Wait, you can put size... The chin turret is size 3 now? Damn. Fucking smack me around like a motherfucker with that one. No. 4 size 1 shields. So size 1 shields, but times 4. So effectively, thinking about ice planets, when do we get to Yeti hunting? Oh, that's true. Yeah. So the new version has bigger guns but less sustained damage? Yeah. The F8A has 8 guns, 2 size 4s, 6 size 3s. F7 has 6 guns, 2 size 4, 4 size 3s. Mostly comparable. Not exactly the same, but the F8 is also larger. The chin turret is a size 4 on the Mark IIs. I've slapped a size 4 on that bitch. I know it's a size 4. You can put 3 size 4s on a Mark II. Yeah, the F8C has 2 size 2s. The F8A has 4 size 4s, 4 size 1s. No. Like the chin, you can do a size 4. Unless that's completely changed, try it. You can put a size 4 on the chin. I put it on the the F7C Mark II. My F7C Mark II, you could put a size 4 on the chin. The turret, you can put 2 size 3 or size 4. So you could technically run 4 size 4s with the F7C. Are you sure? Are you sure about that? I'm not saying taking off the turret. I'm saying the chin. The chin could put a size 4 on it. Again, last I checked, you could put a size 4 on that bitch. Because I think what it is a size 3 with a gimbal, but you can take the gimbal off and put a size 4 on it. All right. Chat saying I'm wrong. That's fine. I'm saying I've done it before. I was surprised by it. I'm like, 3 size fucking 4s? Jesus fucking Christ. No, listen. If chat is all saying I'm wrong, I'm wrong.
Hey, a tip.
Tuck, super chatted $5. NGL, it's gonna be interesting being a MKI owner going forward. Also, chin is size 3, the ball turret is size 4.
That's fine. Thank you, Tucker, for that $5. $5 for telling me I'm wrong. You can replace the chin turret with a Veripuk size 5 and use a 1 size 4 gun. You're not chin turret, you're talking about the ball turret, Space Canuck. Yeah, it's that's what I was thinking. It's like, I think this was, to be fair, in PTU, so it could have been a bug that was replaced. But I swear to God, I put a size 4 on that thing before, because I was super surprised by it. I'm like, I'm sorry. I can put 3 rhinos on this thing. Did they change the gimbal upsize when it went away? No, they just removed the downsize from the gimbal. So it's no longer if you put a gimbal on it, it downsizes. The gimbal just gives you the same size. You should be correct. There are 3 chin turrets. C4 is 1680, 1633, and 173. The 160 does 2 size 2s. The other 2 do size 3s. So I think the 173 that used to do size 4. The thing is that they don't do the downsize anymore. So with Master Mode's changes, if you have a size 4 mounting point, you can put a size 4 gimbal on that and put a size 4 gun attached to it. Now, we haven't watched IC yet. We're just arguing about sizes. I still stand as like the F7C or the F7A Mark II is basically a slightly less punchy version of the F8. That's the difference between it and the F7C. The F7C Mark I has got smaller mounting points, if I remember correctly. And it's not as maneuverable. People don't like it, but it's those telescoping, like it's the hentai tentacle maneuvering thrusters that thing has. That it just kind of goes whoop, whoop, whoop. Get the tiny octopus in the center of your F7 Mark II that maneuvers you around. They're bidirectional, yes. But they look really funny. Because they have this almost organic feel to them, the way that they maneuver. Because they're not really robotic. It's just more like... Why do I have to put it that way? Because I need to get it in your head. Explain to me, what is a hentai tentacle? Scarborough, I'm not going that way. I could, but I'd get banned from Twitch. With the Mark IIs discontinuing the Mark Is, is there any reason to pick up a Super Hornet now? 2 seats. There's going to be a Mark II Super Hornet. The Mark II Mavs no longer go forward, they only go up and sideways. The tubes, the very maneuverable tubes. And see, that's the thing. I don't understand why CIG is discontinuing the Mark Is either there, Crystal. I don't get the play. Like, CIG is very adamant they're still going to support the Mark Is and they're going to put them in game. So, like, why? They didn't offer the Heartseeker. I think they only offered the Heartseeker on Valentine's Day. And I don't think they did a list this time either. Yeah, so the Mark I's no longer going to be sold. After Invictus, you can't buy a... Why is it not going off for you, Drago Talon? Thank you for becoming an Ultra VIP. Well, see, it's a weird FOMO because the argument for it being FOMO is that, like, you can't get it anymore. Like saying, oh, yeah, you'll never get this again. But they even say, no, you'll be able to get it again. In fact, they're heavily implying that they're going to have some way you can get it with reputation. So they removed the bendy tube Mavs. But I love the bendy tube Mavs. They look so derpy. The whole idea was they were meant to be numerous and surplus. The easy of obtaining them was a selling point. Now all of a sudden it's rare. Yeah, it doesn't make a lot of sense in terms of lore either, because the whole reason why they made the Mark II in the first place was because it still fulfilled the role that they wanted, and they had a fuck ton of surplus parts in like backstock, which could be used for Mark II. People are primed to buy them now. Just give them a push. It's just a weird FOMO tactic. I don't think it's going to work. Like, the only things that people really want is the Heartseeker because they want that paint. Like, who here is desperate to go get a tracker or a ghost or an original F7C Mark I? Like, if you like the way it looks, you already have it. Like, there's been no noise in the community about this. The Mark II has been out and available for people to use for like a month now. And all we've been hearing is that people don't like the idea of Mark IIs. I'm told the Mark I handles better than the Mark II. That's interesting. That seems like a gameplay bug then. Yeah, but Zark, you already have the tracker, right? No one in this chat is like desperately trying to buy a tracker, right? I bet that they wish they want to phase it out because it's such an old asset that's annoying to update to current standards, but they already are doing that. They said they're still going to update it to gold standard. So it's like, why? Most people who are losing their minds over this probably never intended to buy Mark I anyways. They should already have. It's just, that's the thing. It's like, I don't understand why people are mad about it, because it's just like, it's FOMO. It's like, it's awful FOMO if it's FOMO. They're doing it entirely wrong if it's FOMO. If it's, we don't want to update this anymore, so we want to abandon it, then why say they're not going to abandon it when people will just point out the fact that they were lying in the future? And if it's not that, maybe it's because they want to sell the Mark IIs for more money. But they could always just increase the price for the Mark I. They've done that with every fucking thing else. Like, why not? Like, it's just baffling. I don't understand the reasoning behind it. So, yeah. Just in case those of you came in late, and if you're watching this at home and you haven't watched this at home, you're watching this at home anyways, most of you, or if you're watching this after the fact, the news is that the Mark I is going to be, the Hornets, all of the Mark I Hornets are no longer going to be sold after Invictus, so you've got a week to buy them, but they will be brought up to gold standard, and they'll still have paint support, and new paint support from the other, I'm guessing from like the Mark IIs. And they're still going to get a gold standard, and you can still find them in game through another means if you want them. I'm not convinced Paul is my brother, is my brother-in-law. Looks exactly the same, just with glasses. I have glasses. You mean without glasses? I do. My wife does have two brothers, so I might be your brother-in-law. You just haven't seen me in like years. I haven't seen one of my brothers-in-laws since just like my marriage almost. They're basically rare loot. Yeah. I mean, so I have two theories. I'll lay out the theories and watch the ISC. So my first theory is the cool theory. It's the CIG, most CIG-centric theory. Let me paint you a picture of the inside of a CIG developer's mind. And contrary to popular belief, it's not just wallpapered with money. It's filled with visions of Warhammer and video games. And maybe, a lot of furry shit too, because there's a lot of furries at CIG. And a lot of music. But once you get past all of that stuff, you start getting into like the design aspect of a CIG developer. The arguments and the way that they think is, what can we do with what we have to do cool shit in game? It's entirely motivated by cool shit. So all of the ideas that they come up with are ideas that they come up with because they want to do cool shit. So with that in mind, what kind of cool shit could you do with a Hornet Mark I being removed from the store and not being able to purchase in game? The answer is some cool fucking event some sort of radical awesome thing. Maybe if you complete Squadron 42, you get access to it. Maybe some sort of mission chain you want to do or story event you want to do, you can get access to it. Maybe to find them in game as a rare loot that you can find. Oh yeah, there's a lot of furries in CIG. There's a lot of furries in the video game industry in general. I mean, fuck, most of the online infrastructure that runs the world is built and maintained by furries. What's the story? There was a story that my wife told me about the guy who invented, like, MP4. Like, he invented some technology which is, like, critical to the health of the internet. And he's a billionaire. And he's a furry who has, like, 7, like, fully working furry suits. Not even fucking joking. There's a famous joke. There was some furry convention, and someone took a picture of the plane with all these people in fur costumes, and the response was, "If this plane goes down, the entirety of Amazon goes out of business in 5 days." Fully functional, fully working. I have no fucking idea. Those things are fucking expensive as shit. They're basically mascot level, like suits. That shit is fucking beyond, like, belief expensive. But getting back to the point, my CIG theory is they thought they can do cool shit with it. And it's the Mark I. They just released the Mark II. Let's just pull that shit out. No one's buying it anyways. And we'll just make the new variants and stuff like that, and we'll just don't worry about it. We'll make it for cool shit later. Full armed and operational fursuit. Nah, I get it, Jin. I'm in the same opinion. And not to insult a resident VTuber, but it's the same thing with VTubing. I don't quite get the appeal, but you know, hey, you do you, boo. Like, not here to judge. So, that's the cool theory. The cool theory that this is all about some cool idea that CIG had, and they just said, yeah, fuck it, let's do it. Now let's get into the more tinfoil hat, not necessarily salty Paul, but like jaded, cynical Paul. The reason why, in my mind, they're not, like, again, this is the jaded side of me. This isn't me, what I actually believe. This is just me saying, okay, how fucked up deep can I go with this? And the answer is CIG doesn't like to maintain old ships because they were built so long ago that they barely have any functionality. They're built by people who haven't worked for the company for, some cases, a decade or longer. They're made up of spaghetti and hope, and they don't function for the game that was originally the game. They were built for the game that was originally pitched, not for the game that we have now, which is very different. So just get that shit out the door. Make sure that nobody can buy this shit anymore because we're embarrassed by it. We're embarrassed how awful this is. So we're just going to, like, make it a collector's item and just remove it. And we're just going to kick it out the door because we've got a Mark II. And the plan going forward is to just quickly deal with all of get the gold standard of all the ships they don't give a shit about. The ships that were built so long ago, they don't want to update them. They're just going to get them to functional status so they can, you know, get them so that they're not unplayable, and then move on to a new version of it. Because they can upsell the new version for more money because it's new. So your freelancers, your reclaimers, your Connies, you know, that sort of thing. Those ships are not going to get a ground up rework that you already purchased. They're going to get gold standards abandoned, and then they'll come up with a new version that you can buy that has all of the stuff that they wanted to do from the ground up. That is the cynical side of me. We're going to see a Mark 7 Connie, a freelancer Block 5 or whatever. No, I don't think they hate the Connies. I think that they hate the fact that they're so old and they're not built for the game that they built right now. I think they would love to go back and, if they had another shot at it, do the Connie all over again with everything they know now. That's what they did with the fucking Hornets. The reason why the Hornets got the pass first was because it was in Squadron 42. See, the problem about the Jaded side is that requires CIG to have forethought beyond 2 years, which, in my mind, it doesn't really happen. CIG is a very big, very complex company with over 1,000 people working. They have like a ship team for every office. So there's like a ship team for LA. I think all of North America now is just like one ship team, but they used to have a ship team for LA, for Austin, for fucking, I'm getting pinged. They have one for Frankfurt. I'm sure they have one for the UK. So like, there's no fucking way those people talk on a regular basis beyond what they need to. Like, that requires some level of coordination. That's some malicious shit. And like, hats off to CIG if they're going Bobby Kotick levels of fuck you, because that's some impressive dedication. But I don't see that. Where people see maliciousness and evilness on CIG's part, I just see CIG. People see like CIG as this like evil dictator behind, being like, yes, more money. And the reality is I see them as kind of like a dog, like a golden retriever, being like, this is really cool. Let's do this. And then they run over to there. And then they do this. And they do this. And they do this. And then this is done. And they go back over here because this is cool. And then they abandon that because it's not cool anymore. It's not fun. So do this because it's new and shiny. And then they have to go back and fix the new and shiny. They're like, oh, you fucking have to do that. But it's so broken and I didn't even make it. It was made by some dude 4 years ago who isn't even part of the company anymore. Or the dude who did make it 4 years ago be like, oh, fucking shit. I barely fucking survived making this thing. I'm not coming back to this shit. Like, does that to me, that makes more sense. A bunch of passionate professionals who get sidetracked all the fucking time. They're gamers. Of course they do side quests and forget about the main quest, a bunch of shit. I just see a bunch of unread emails and inboxes and backlogs. It's hard enough to get college level students to work together in engineering courses, their GPA on the line. Yeah. It keeps working, butthole. That's the thing. It just keeps working, so they get like, fuck it, let's keep going. Yeah, never attribute malice, which can be adequately explained by stupidity. I don't think it's stupidity. I think it's over-exuberance. And I think that's the way. I think that's the way to look at it, because when you come out thinking CIG is the Legion of fucking Doom, no one at CIG is going to give a shit. No one cares. If you come out swinging like that, they're just going to turn you the fuck off, because it's like, you're calling me an evil monster because I want to make cool shit. Okay. Aight, buddy. What you do is you look at it being like, can we please have our fucking steak before we eat our dessert? Paul, you refer to every company as in the business of making money. Recently said anime, a cultural pop icon, is all about money. Why is CIG the exception to this rule? It's not. But the difference is that CIG is not primarily motivated by money. And there are anime production companies out there that are not primarily motivated by money. They're primarily motivated by artistic integrity or artistic ideas. The problem is that without money, you can't fucking work. And that's the same thing with video games. There's a difference between thinking about stars, like, because if CIG wanted to make money, there would have been so many different ways they could have done it in better ways, in bigger money. They could have sold the Bengal years ago. You sold, 6 Bengals for $1 million and make $6 million overnight. People buy shit from CIG because they're excited about CIG. But CIG rarely goes absolutely nuts with these sorts of ideas. Yeah, because if their purpose was making money, they wouldn't be barely making money year over year, even though they're doing record sales every year. Yeah, if they wanted to make money, they would make the Javelin and the Idris always available. Because people would buy it. I love that on Anvil Day they announced the unrelease of a ship. Yeah. Making money is the end goal. End goal is number 2 goal. Number 1 is making a fun game. Yeah. I'm not saying you should trust CIG 100%. I'm not saying sit here and being like anything CIG says is true. This is the same company that tried to fucking gaslight the entire community about, oh, no. Tier 3 was always the fucking idea when it was public record that it wasn't. Yeah. What if I can take a shower before? Now you should say that. I'm going to have to do the ISC.
Take away my spaceship. You can take away my space suit. You can even take away my space lasers.
No pew-pews.
But you can never, ever take away my space game.
Dry Khan just resubscribed for 31 months.
Thank you so much, Dragon, for that 31 months of support. You're very important, Pub. We're very impressive. We're very pedestrian. This is your fault. We can drink tonight. Shots and cheers in chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. We are continuing to work on...
It's part 2 of our Invictus.
We're continuing to work through the remaining blocking issues of 3.23.2, which currently contain hangars, cargo updates, and more. Since these changes have wide impact on how almost all of the system in our game operates, our goal is to get them with an accelerated Evocati waves to 1 through 3 when system ready. Yep. Yeah, that's the big one. Knowledge. Chris Roberts lives in LA. $10 million in LA ain't shit. I fucking saw basically a 2 or 3 bedroom family home in like the LA area for $2 million. I grew up in a home that was like, it was nice, but it wasn't like super big. It was like 2 stories with a custom wine cellar that my parents paid for, which was nice, but it wasn't $2 million, which they bought it for, they bought it for like 100,000 in the 90s and sold it for $2 million in like 2005. California prices are absolutely insane. Yeah, in LA, he has a studio flat with a foot uncovered parking spot. Yeah. And then he had a letter that he's chairman. He moved to Texas. I think I don't know. Did he move to Texas? I think he might be moving to Texas. But the $10 million home that Knowledge is referring to is an LA home. What's wrong with living in Texas, the UK? Nothing, but $10 million, as far as I know, is his LA home. Yeah, they're getting rid of the Mark I. They're cheaper Mark II. $1 million in LA is like a middle-class neighborhood, yeah. He said he relocated to Austin. Oh, he's back home now. He grew up in Austin. So I expect his home to be $2 million. My house ain't worth $300,000, but it's $300,000 right now. I got it for about $100,000 cheaper than that 4 years ago. All right, let's get to the ISC, because we're getting into the weird shit about focusing on Chris Roberts, which is like, that's like what, 2017 sort of shit.
It's part 2 of our Invictus Launch Week coverage, as we look beyond the event to the new offering being unveiled at this year's Drake DefenseCon. The far superior brand excluded from the usual Invictus festivities because it's too damn cool. I said it, and I'm tired of pretending it's not true. Drake for life.
These sentiments were recorded in April before that rap beef stuff, and Disco would like it known that K-Dot is king. Hashtag.
All right, now I'm going to have to explain this to a bunch of people who've never heard of Kendrick Lamar or Drake the singer. Because I know you, I know my demographic, and you're all in your 30s and 40s. Some of you are in your 50s. So Kendrick Lamar and Drake are two rap singers, and they started beef. For you, when you were younger, when you were in your 20s, you remember Biggie and Tupac? Yeah, it's like that, only less guns and more internet shit. But diss tracks and all that kind of stuff. There you go. K-Dot is referring to Kendrick Lamar. Who cares? I don't know. I'm just giving people references because some people don't fucking know. And that's why he made that joke. And because he's from LA. And Kendrick Lamar, I believe, is from LA as well. So LA was pretty important. Drake's from Canada.
Tag West Side. Also, that David is the best. Woohoo! Now we resume the program.
Let's force John Crew to talk about it now.
So in the Star Citizen universe, we have a lot of cargo ships, but they're sort of concentrated around the lower end of cargo hauling, sort of the low hundreds, SU and below.
Are you fucking serious, Andrew? I know more about popular culture than Mike. That's surprising, actually.
And the very high end where there's multi-thousands. There's a mix of cargo ships which have their cargo on the inside, ones on the outside like the Hull series. And we really wanted to bring something different where it sort of sits right in the middle. It's a nice progression step and facilitates both internal and external loading of cargo, which is where the Drake...
Joke's on you, I'm completely out of your demographic. I'm in my low 20s, which means I taught your generation. And I know you probably don't know either, but...
Ironclad comes in.
Okay.
So the Drake Ironclad.
Can I just say that the Ironclad is a stupid fucking name for the ship that they're going for? I like the name. Cool ass name. Should have been a combat ship. I think if it was called the Iron Sides, the Drake Iron Sides, I'd be like, yeah, I get what you're going for. But long live the Union. Down with rebels.
That is the kind of next step up for Drake cargo ships. It kind of builds on what the Caterpillar brings, but in a much larger form.
The Drake Ironclad is a 6-person, multi-crew armored freighter. A large proportion of the ship is dedicated to the cargo bay.
Hey, don't fucking tell me that this can't fit a tank. Look at that size. You could fit a tank in that. So you can't fit only small to medium ships in that. What vehicles in that? What the fuck are you talking about? It fits 4 Novas, but they said that's the assault version because they changed the ramp size to allow for tanks to get in there for the assault version. But like, this is definitely not.
At the front of it, which has both a front ramp for loading and unloading cargo and small vehicles on the ground, as well as a retractable roof for doing that in space with EVA.
That looks a lot smaller from this perspective, but you can still probably fit a tank in there.
As well.
Little tight entrances to cargo ships doesn't necessarily lend itself to when you're out in deep space and you're trying to quickly move some cargo from one person's ship into your ship. Really, you want as much kind of access to be able to do that as you possibly can. So by having this kind of much larger opening on top of the ship, it allows us to kind of bring cargo in much easier.
Yeah, it should have been called the Galleon. The Drake Galleon would have been a better name for this. It's so much cooler to call it the Galleon.
Easier.
So its role being a sort of armored freighter comes from 2 distinct ways. One, the cargo itself is more protected. It's within the cargo bay that has the armored roof section that covers it. So unlike, say, a Hull C where the cargo's on the outside, you can load it from the outside, but
that is definitely the same. So to give perspective, if this is the same size as the Caterpillar's command module, this is the same length as a Caterpillar. It's just wider than the Caterpillar. That's all.
Then protect it with the Ironclad.
Is also more heavily armored than the Caterpillar, so it kind of gives a little bit more security to your kind of precious cargo.
The exterior is very classic Drake brutish styling, a whole lot of engines and a lot of framework and quite thin structural elements.
Look how pathetic those engines are compared to these things.
Support the rest of the ship. Very bare bones styling. It doesn't have lots of nice padding. It's all there and exposed. And it's really just sort of rugged and to the point. So the Ironclad is really 3 distinct areas. You have all the accommodation in the rear sort of third of the ship.
I'm listening to you, Jack.
The front 2/3 is really just this cargo bay with the front entrance and the retractable roof.
Don't ask about why it's damaged. You don't want to know. All I can say is this Ironclad left port without a Pisces, and it just shows up with in port with a Pisces that has a lot of bullet holes in it. Don't ask where that Pisces came from.
And then you have the command module, which has seats for the crew, plus a few little jump seats for everyone else. Command module.
Okay, so seats for the crew, plus seats for everybody else, okay?
Is there to steer the ship when it's attached, and the command module serves as the escape pod as well. The only time you really want to detach it is in an emergency. It's not designed to be your sort of primary ship flying around.
Okay.
It kind of gives you a little bit of a get-out-of-jail-free card if you're transporting stuff that is quite valuable, quite sought after in maybe some of our less desirable systems. What it allows you to do is kind of have a little bit of security. So if you're getting attacked or you're getting yourself into trouble, if you want to save yourself, you can kind of jettison your cargo and try and get out of Dodge and kind of get out to safety. And I think that's like a really important thing as we get closer to Death of a Spaceman.
With some of the recent tech that's come online, this brought us one step closer to implementing command modules properly. So not only will you see this detachable command module feature on the Ironclad, but as well it will happen on the Caterpillar.
Interior-wise, you've kind of got...
There's nothing that said, they didn't say that it's not the same as the Caterpillar. They just said it's going to also have respond for the... In fact, let me rewind back and you can hear it again.
Command modules properly. So not only will you see this detachable command module feature on the Ironclad, but as well it will happen on the Caterpillar.
That sounds like it's the same fucking one. That's what it sounds like. It sounds like he said that this one is also on the Caterpillar.
Interior-wise, you've kind of got two entrances onto the ship. You can either enter via the command module, and that takes you straight into a kind of corridor section. It's kind of like, almost like a mezzanine. You can either go up to the habitation area, which is top floor of the ship, gives you like super nice views out both the kind of cargo out the front and the rear of the ship, or you can kind of come down the ship into the main habitation area. Alternatively, you can enter through the...
Okay, let's back up a little bit so you can show you.
...the ship, or you can kind of come down the ship into the main...
That looks exactly like the fucking corridors from the Caterpillar. That looks exactly like the steps down in the Caterpillar.
Habitation area. Alternatively, you can enter through the docking collar airlock, which is on the opposite side of the ship.
It's got seats.
So the rear of the...
You can transport people.
Interior of the ship, we've kind of got the heart of the engines. It's the big kind of engineering area where we've got all of the kind of main functional components needed for moving such a large ship. And then if you kind of come slightly further forward, got we call it the kind of like the command deck. It's not a bridge, you can't fly the ship from it, but it's where you operate the tractor beams. It's where it kind of gives you good views out over the front and into space. You've got the tractor beam turrets, but also, visually you can kind of stand in this area or sit in this area and look out over the front and over the bow of the ship and kind of really see what you're trying to pull in or what you're trying to capture into your cargo hold. As we come...
On the Caterpillar, they talk about it as if it's flown as a separate ship. Remember them flying? Yeah, no, and I think the Caterpillar's changed. 100% they've changed the Caterpillar. Like the Caterpillar, like that's what you're talking about, the Caterpillar from what they've said years ago. What I'm saying is the Caterpillar is going to get changed so that the command module for the Caterpillar is going to be the exact same command module for the Ironclad. So what you're thinking is like, oh, well, they said it's like a separate ship. Yeah, back in like 2016, 2017, when that ship was released, so many things have changed since then.
Downstairs, we've got a little kind of covered area at the rear of the cargo hold, and that is...
But Tough Break, I guess, so much for pod racing. You can still pod race it. It's just the reason why it's not really a separate ship is because of, what is it called? You can't fit like 12 people in that thing and have the atmosphere to survive longer than a couple of hours.
Is where you can store a couple of small ground vehicles or some of your equipment for moving vehicles and cargo around. And then you're into the main cargo hold of the ship, and this takes up the majority of the interior space, is this large cargo hold. One of the things that we were kind of really keen to do was give lots of different views and different angles down into this cargo hold. Again, as we're exploring slightly less lawful systems, we wanted to give the players as much opportunities as we can to kind of be safe aboard their own ship. So either side of the cargo hold, we've got these gantries that run completely front to rear on the ship, and they give great view down into your cargo bay. They also give that opportunity of if there's someone tries to board you via the cargo bay, it gives you some nice cover opportunities.
Ben, come here. That's a railing. That's not cover. That's a fucking railing. It's recycled piece of metal from an old Cutlass that's been like bent into shape. That thing wouldn't stop a fucking 2x4 coming at you, let alone a bullet. That is not cover. That is a fucking OSHA compliance. If it's cover, then put some fucking plating on that shit.
And we've also got a few little windows that kind of look down into it as well. As you move to the kind of like the very front, the very nose of the ship, those gantries lead into a kind of secure cargo area. It's somewhere that's a little bit more difficult to get to when you kind of enter the ship.
That's reinforcement.
The big thing we were referencing.
That's cover for Drake. You want to get the steel things, the steel covers for actual cover, that's going to cost you extra. Be like, whoa there, Mr. Origin. You want some fucking metal for cover? It could also be that the original idea had covered railings and stuff like that. And what we're seeing is not what Ben last saw. So.
When we were looking at it was this idea of police evidence rooms. And so these kind of individual cages where you could...
There's a person in the secure cargo area. It's totally a fucking jail. It is totally a fucking
put your
jail.
most secure cargo, whatever it might be, in this area, and it would make it quite difficult to try and breach in or out.
This is just a pirate base. You've got enough place where you can have cargo or you can store a ship. There's a literal jail on board for a brig. You've got guns, it's armored, it can carry other things as well. In or out.
Out of that area. So it gives us just somewhere a little bit more secure for kind of smaller cargo items. Finally, at the very front, we've got access to one of the main turrets and the tractor beam turret.
The biggest attraction for me with it is just the versatility of the cargo space. From a good citizen law standpoint, it is a cargo ship, but also that retractable roof and the tractor beams on board it give it some less legal opportunities for perhaps taking other people's cargo ships in space and on the ground. At the time of recording, we're also exploring a more military-themed variant of the Ironclad. It doesn't have the name yet, so we'll just call it the Drake
Ironclad Assault.
Compared to the base ship, this has been developed to support ground assault operations. It has additional turrets covering the upper and lower surfaces to provide more fire support. And the front section of the cargo area has been redesigned to enable...
Yeah, so like this doesn't look that different. I guess the overhead might be a little different.
...our largest vehicles in game to be deployed from it, such as the tank. In addition...
Shit can fit 4 fucking Novas in that thing.
The cargo bay has been reduced in size to facilitate a onboard repair facility. So for those of you who want to have a journey in the cargo profession, traditionally you would start out in something, say like a hull A. The next step up from...
5?
Want to have a journey in the cargo profession, traditionally you would see the cargo area has been redesigned to enable our largest vehicles in game to be deployed from it, such as the tank. In addition...
Oh shit, you're right, there is one. Wait, is it missing its turret? Why is its turret here and you can see the turret hole here? What? Oh, it's a repair bay. Oh. Neat.
The cargo bay has been reduced in size to facilitate a onboard repair facility.
Oh, okay. That's what he said it even, yeah. Neat. If there's a repair facility, you know what that means, chat, right? Crafting. Going to be repair and crafting. It's a mechanic shop. Neat. That's probably the version I'd want. Not necessarily all the cargo space, but like the neat little like can carry vehicles, can have repairs, has more guns, totally not used for a pirate fucking flotilla base or anything like that. Totally not a pirate ship.
So for those of you who want to have a journey in the cargo profession, traditionally you would start out in something, say like a hull A. The next step up from there really is sort of into Drake Caterpillar territory. So you're doing roughly a 8 to 10 times jump in cargo capacity. From there, the Ironclad sits nicely between those smaller ships and the much larger bulk carriers such as the Hull C, and then ultimately you get to things like the Hull D, E, and Kraken at the end of the cargo career.
You said Kraken.
Yes.
Was that a hint at anything?
It's not a hint at anything. Making the Ironclad makes the Kraken easier.
So building out the Ironclad does, of course, kind of help us with building out the Kraken. I think increasing that visual library of assets that we can pull from and use in a Drake manufacturer at the right scale is super valuable for when we move on to the large ships.
It looks neat, chat.
Of course, in non-Drake related news.
So, let me explain my feelings on that.
Them bitties.
They're replacing its turret springs.
They're replacing its turret springs. You damn biddies. It's a brick house. Sorry for your ears. It's neat. I think it's an earn-in game, but I like it. I like it a lot. So here's my pitch for it. Here's what you got to understand. Why they're doing this before they do the Kraken is because they have to do a gold standard of the Caterpillar. That has to be done because the ship is fucking a mess right now. It functions, it's serviceable, and it's beautiful because it's a Drake ship, and all Drake ships are beautiful. But it's a mess. So they need to kind of update that asset library anyways. And so this is just the Caterpillar extra large, extra wide. This is the big and tall men's version of the Caterpillar. And what they're going to do is they're going to build out larger asset like wall paneling and other things like that, so that, you know, and like the cargo bay and the repair bay and the dedicated vehicle locations and the
Dem biddies.
Drake ships are ugly as sin. Don't lie to everyone.
Oh yeah, no, they are ugly as sin, which is why I love them. It's so ugly and I love it. It looks like it got pulled out of a trash heap that was welded together at 2 a.m. by a dude who was experiencing a spiritual trip on peyote, while also butt naked and listening to trance music, like Russian 90s trance music. That's what it looks like, and it's wonderful. It's a spiritual experience. Drakes are thrash metal from 1986. Exactly.
Dem biddies.
I know the cat was supposed to be okay dropping the module and reconnecting. Do you think the Cat Pro Max Plus will not let it reconnect?
Yeah, it will. For sure. Almost certainly it will. Drake designers listen to the Butthole Surfers on repeat. See, Iris, I'm kind of worried about that. The jaded part of me is like, yeah, they're gonna just kick that shit out gold standard when they do the Ironclad, and they're gonna be like, we're not doing modules. We reviewed internally if we're gonna do modules and decided not to do modules. And that's it. They'll just drop it and just kind of completely ignore that it's anything because it's just a cargo ship. Because now they have the Kraken and the Ironclad, which are both, better sort of pirate capital ships or pirate like base ships, which is what the Caterpillar was supposed to be. If they don't give the cat modules, that's genuine scammery. Not really. They never sold the Caterpillar modules. There is no modules that are being sold for the Caterpillar. I think, and again, this is the jaded, cynical side of me. Cynically, I will say any ship that doesn't explicitly have modules that are being sold right now, those ships will not have modularity added. Because they're too old and CIG just wants to get them out in gold standard and never think about them again. Now we might get a Caterpillar, a butterfly, the Drake butterfly, which is just the Caterpillar but with modules. But did they say that last week? I watched it live and I don't think I say that, but yeah. They never sold modules, knowledge. They never sold any modules for the Caterpillar. Nah, dude, look it up. They never sold any modules for the Caterpillar. They talked about modules for the Caterpillar. There's an entire fucking video of them showing off concepts for modules. It's definitely something that they were talking about doing and wanting to do. Is split, like especially the Caterpillar. It's in its fucking lore. Yeah, the brochure has modules, but it was never sold with modules. Like the Endeavor was sold with modules. The Galaxy sold with modules. The Retaliator sold with modules. To a degree, you have the MPUV. Yeah, they did talk about modules for the ship, but they didn't sell them. Again, now what I'm saying is the cynical part of me is saying they're going to just kick out the old shit and ignore it and then sell new stuff. This is the absolute cynical side of me. I want to be wrong with this situation. Trust me, I want to be wrong.
Hey, a tip!
SCAP, super chatted $19.99. I want SIG to fix the law for the MK. 1 to reflect an explanation for the MK, 1's design difference with the F7A, and balance it with appropriate strengths against the MK. 2's F7CR Stan.
You mean the F7CT there, Escape? I'm sure that's something they'll do at some point. But the problem is they don't have the F7C or the F7C Mark II and Mark I done in a final version yet. So. Was an F7? The F7 is the platform for the F7C Hornet and the F7C Mark II, or the F7C and F7A Hornets. It's called the F7CR. That's its actual name, but I've been calling it the F7CT because it gets people who like the tracker. They get really mad about it, and they like to talk about it all the time. What are your thoughts on the Carix mods, then? I don't think it's coming. This, again, is not my actual thoughts. This is when I let the what is it called? The intrusive thoughts in. This is what I'm thinking. I try to think of everything from most angles. So I try to think of it from the most hopium, positive, eventual, like CIG is fucking not evil at all or any kind of evil intentions. And I try to think of it as, you know, Chris Roberts eats the souls of little children for lunch. And everything in between. And so my hopium is they're just, you know, do what they want. They're going to do what they want. They talked about, they're going to do the modules eventually and all that kind of stuff, My cynical side is the reason why they're doing the Hornet Mark I, the reason why it's being discontinued is because it's a trend that they're going to try to gold standard ships and then abandon them for a Mark II version because they can build it from the ground up with what they want. This is Dark Showers, Paul. Yeah. Maybe referred to as anti-Paul. Do I need a fake mustache to put over my real mustache for that? Your producer Brian says they will not touch modularity except for Retaliator, Endeavor, and Galaxy since they sold modules for them. Your producer Brain, Brian, I think you said Brian. Brain, yeah. Yeah. Like a full goatee, yeah. This is Terran Empire, Paul. Yeah, we're gonna finish it. I just wanted to kind of have my thoughts on it. I like the idea of the Ironclad. I think it's a neat, especially for an in-game ship. But I can see it as the. Luckily, I haven't heard this a lot. There were some people in the Discord who were worried that the kind of discussion that the Kraken owners would be like, finish the Kraken first before the Ironclad. It's like it's an in between. They build the asset library to make it faster for the Kraken to get done. As someone cynically said, it's so that in 5 years when they get to the Kraken, it'll take them 8 months instead of 16 months.
Players in this year's event probably noticed the long-awaited RSI Polaris touring around the Stanton system. Well, it's not quite flight ready yet, but we thought we'd ask the guys for a status update all the same and see if we can't get a closer look at the progress being made while we do it.
We really wanted to have some form of the exterior of the Polaris at Invictus launch week.
We wanted to mix up the capital ships on display this year.
Being a big kind of military show, it made perfect sense to be able to kind of show it off in its best light. We pushed quite hard to get the exterior to a point where we're happy to show it publicly.
This meant we've prioritized doing the exterior over the interior. So the exterior you see is pretty much final art. All it is missing is really the damage setup, as I'm sure people have tried to do. It is currently invulnerable, or hopefully invulnerable in-game.
Visually, I think not only have we been trying to...
Yeah, Buster did. My current avatar is me.
Get it out so we can show it, but we've also tried to kind of really push the quality of the exteriors of some of our kind of like large capital ships. And what that has meant is that we needed to focus a few more artists than what we'd normally put on the exterior of a ship, just to make sure we kind of hit that quality bar and we hit it on time.
I like how they're like, it's not up to our quality. I'm like, motherfucker, this is the highest fucking quality ship I have seen in a long time in most space games.
It's pretty close.
No, you don't see all of the rivets, Paul. That's the problem. Like, fuck.
To being Lot Zero, which means that the majority of the main modeling's done. There's still a whole bunch of decal work, the finer details, what we call as POM details, pass needs to be done, and that really kind of helps to elevate the kind of like the close read. I think the distance read and the mid reads are like brilliant, and to be fair, the close read when you get up in personal is looking really, really good. It's just we've still got that kind of like final sprinkle of polish to go on.
With the focus on the exterior and pushing that as far as we could in the time we had, the interior is not quite as far along. It is more around the grey box stage, but the people we put on the exterior now will be moving on to the interior.
Normally on a vehicle is we try to kind of keep the development stages in line throughout the kind of like the life cycle of its development. It means that the interior isn't, you know, it's not...
This is the medical bay, obviously.
...at the same level that the exterior is.
We've been focusing on the core traversal areas of the ship.
The majority of the rooms have now been worked up.
I like how they're using the door panels from fucking like the stations. It's just the station door panels.
I think there's maybe 2 or 3 rooms that are still in white box that still need, you know, a decent amount of kind of modeling and work like doing to them.
Bedroom.
But the rest of the rooms now are kind of getting to the point where we're pretty close to grey box.
So the bridge, the main corridors, the hab area, the cargo bay, torpedo rooms, and all the turrets. So these are a bit further along than some of the more secondary rooms like the brig and the medical bay.
When you think of the Polaris, like its key points are the torpedoes. And I think that's been an area that has needed quite a lot of iteration on, and we're not quite there yet. One of the things...
Hey, look, it's the thing I've been using as the NVT stand-in. Multi-vector torpedo. But yeah, these are bearing size 11 capital ship killers. So.
Things that we're kind of really trying to make sure...
I always say it's like size 9, and everyone's like, no, it's size 10. Or, oh, it's size 11. No, it's 13. Size 13 capital killer ships.
What feels good from a player's point of view is the kind of like the loading of the torpedoes and seeing them kind of be from in your cargo hold to being in the kind of like loading mechanism and then being ready to fire.
Even the ships are using beams for loading shit. What's the size of this? This is size death. Size don't get hit by them.
So on the kind of like lower deck and front half of the vehicle, we've got these big torpedo loaders, and that's an area that it's needed quite a lot of iteration to make sure it feels right. And we are still in that process. It's not kind of fully signed off. We're not completely happy with that area, but it certainly kind of makes up the heart of the ship. Otherwise, on the interior, the main upper deck is kind of really starting to come on. The engineering section is another kind of area that I think is really important in our capital.
Fun fact, most of the back section is just an engine. Like, it's just one big engine. It's like fucking warp core shit. If you look at the schematics for warp cores and Federation ships, they're like 4 or 5 decks long.
Ships and kind of getting to a level that we're happy with.
Size find out. That's what the size is. The Polaris is the fuck around, and the size torpedoes is find out.
From the kind of concept into production, we have opened up the bridge of the ship a little bit. One of the things we wanted to do was when you kind of enter onto the bridge, this should feel kind of like super exciting and super rewarding to the player. If they've managed to kind of get one of these ships, we want it to feel like they are kind of really living that kind of military life dream. So we've spent a bit of time kind of opening it up, giving some nicer views as you kind of enter on.
Media team. He says military life dream media team. Every military person wants to wear random bits of uniforms and a do-rag on duty. That actually does track. if I could guarantee you, if someone thought that they could wear their PJs on duty, they would do it.
Onto the bridge itself. What we really wanted to do was kind of make sure that the player views are good, the captain gets a great kind of view out the front, and make sure that navigating around that area, especially as kind of more and more kind of multi-crew gameplay systems come online, we want to make sure that there's enough space on that bridge to have not just the captain and the pilot, but a whole crew there.
Compared to the concept mesh, one not big change, but unresolved area was the hangar opening. It's quite a complex shape to open, so we spent a lot of time working on that. That's all resolved. And then another thing we are looking at in the future is actually doing some more upgunning of the turrets. So it is not just a torpedo boat. It can sort of hold its own against other capital ships with its turrets. You'll see more of that as we get closer to releasing it, which we are aiming for at IAE this year.
So, what did we learn this?
This ship screams multi-crew. Yeah, that's why they aren't releasing it until IAE. So it's also important that all of the stuff we just saw was recorded like in April. The SCL was on Friday, last Friday. So John in April was like, we're shooting for IAE. John on Friday was, it's fucking coming out at IAE. So that's, I choose May John over April John to believe.
This week. Well, we learned that the Drake Ironclad is the next cargo ship from Drake designed to fill that gap between the Caterpillar and the larger Hull series offerings.
Why does it need a guns for anti-cap when it got torps? Because balancing shit. CIG has been constantly dragging the size of guns up because of arms races. I think that the main reason I would understand why it would probably, because it doesn't have any size 8s, it has only size 7s. Giving it a couple of size 8s would probably improve its assault capabilities without making it just a pure torpedo boat. Yeah, and torps can be blown up by fighters and by things like the hammerheads and stuff like that. Or E-War, yeah.
That working on it helps to flesh out resources.
It has size 5s. It only has size 5s. I thought it had size 7s. Yeah, it definitely needs some fucking size 7s. It needs size 7s or at least size 8s.
Resources needed to bring the long-awaited Kraken to life in the future, and that the Polaris is coming along pretty nicely.
To give you context, I believe that the Nautilus has size 7s. The Nautilus has size 7s. It's a fucking mine layer. It's a submarine. And it has bigger guns than the Polaris. Yeah, it needs size 7s.
Even if it's not Drake, which we didn't learn was the best because we all already knew that in our hearts.
But Disco says KDOT is the best.
And with that, this very long 17-episode season of Inside Star Citizen comes to a close. We said we'd go straight through until Alpha 323 was out, and we did that, and then some more. And it's time for our team to take a breather, catch up on some admin work, and begin working on the next great season of ISC that'll start up again on June 20th. So for Inside Star Citizen, I'm Jared Huckabee. Thanks for taking the time to let us share the process of game development with you each week, and we'll see you when we get back.
I don't know, Lobster Mac. I don't know why we have, like, they don't sell any size 6s, but there are size 6.
Welcome.
I would like to remind you all that I said about 3 or 4 episodes in that what we would see at the end of this was that the true person behind the orange suit was going to be Jared. I just was reminding people, that's what I called like 3 weeks ago. They're in game. I think you can get them from NPCs right now. You have to kill them though. It's not just Jared. It's in-game Jared. It's Jared when he plays. He stuck the landing. You want to wear glasses under your helmet? I think you can. Last I checked. Zoo suit without a backpack too. So the only way you can get them for your character is you can't buy them in stores, but you can buy them on the web store. So you can purchase them for real money, or there are characters that wear them in bunkers. Usually the engineering characters have them, so if you kill them or if they die, you can pull them off of an engineering character and get those glasses. I don't know if there's a size 6 in Redeemer. There's a size 6 on the Starfarer. The Starfarer has twin size 6s. I think the Starfarer Gemini is the only one that has size 6s, though I could be wrong on that one. Nothing has size 6s? I thought it was the only one that has 6s. It may have been changed. Or it just could be size 5s. I could be misremembering it. Yeah, that is a question I've heard before. It's like, why do we have a size 6 but no size 6? Like, there's no size 6. There's a size 6, but no ship uses a size 6. Starfarer is... The Gemini is size 5. Okay. Oh, right, yeah, that was it. We have size 6s in-game, but we do not have any ship that runs a size 6. I mean, the easy answer is it's for ground turrets or for larger capital ships. The 890 is supposed to have a size 6? Giving it 2 size 7 main guns wouldn't be nutty. That would put it on par with a Nautilus. Plus still keeping it size 4s and size 3s. Just swapping out the 2 front main guns for 2 size 7s would be fine. That would still put it at a sub cap to lower cap ship. Yeah, it's gonna be interesting. The Javelin uses size 7s. All of the side turrets on the Javelins are size 7s. So all of the twin turrets are 2 size 7s plus 2 size 4s, I want to say, for on top of them. So like there are, I want to say 4 or 5, I think it's 5. 5 side turrets on each side. So a total of 10 twin size 7 guns on the Javelin. Who told you I was a madman? I think back then it made more sense because, you know, relying on the torpedoes. But as CIG has developed the idea behind torpedo gameplay, it's become like they will shoot NPC capital ships will shoot your torpedoes down. You try to shoot a torpedo at an Aegis, it will swap it out of the sky. They've been doing it since like the Xeno threat or like the latest Xeno threat stuff. How do you justify the price of a Polaris, though, if you give the Perseus, if you give a Polaris F7? No. You up the price of the Polaris. The Polaris is going to go up in price. Six turrets with 2 large guns. So 12 size 7s. Wow, that's even more. I thought it was 10, but 12, yeah. Perseus wouldn't feel as distinct. Perseus is tiny. Inflation hitting virtual assets. You love to see it. Every ship has gone up in price over time. And CIG said that at the very beginning of the sort of like one of the reasons why they wanted to, one of the reasonings for doing like, what is it? Like selling ships for backers early on was, we will sell you this at its lowest price. What you're getting at the very beginning is the lowest price that these ships will ever be, and they're going to go up in price over time. Like, Star Citizen is not going to be $45 forever. They're going to increase it to $60. Hey, Chad, if I melt my Hurricane, which has 6 months in to get the F7... So are you cross-chassing upgrading, or are you just literally melting it and buying it? Because if you're melting it and buying it, you're getting the 120 months. If you're cross-chassis upgrading, if you're like spending the money to like get it to new one, then you are getting the 6 months. Hey, Shogi. Oh, it costs less. Yeah. No, you would be getting the higher number of insurance. Oh, so you get the best insurance. I didn't know that. Interesting. Yeah, my apologies. 890 was supposed to have size 5 hard points. No size 6. The fucking the 890 was supposed to have point defense systems, PDSs. The fucking Phoenix is supposed to have a PDS, but it doesn't. Which is similar to the Perseus. Javelin has combo turrets with 7s and Gatlings, 2 quad-barreled ship-to-ship turrets. Forgot the size, and 13. Size, I believe, 11. 11 or 12. They're huge. I thought they were like size 8s, and someone corrected me and was like, no, those things are fucking massive. They're on a rail system, too, so they can move around the whole ship. Yeah, it was supposed to have 1 PDS. Those turrets on a Java are a religious experience? Yeah, if you get hit by one, it's a religious experience because you're going to meet whatever God you believe in very quickly. Size 9s. Okay. Those are size 9s. Yeah, because I thought they were size 8s, so size 9s. They're the same. I think they're about the same size. Oh, no, I keep getting that wrong. I'm not good with the size things that CIG puts on there because, like, I thought that the railgun on the Idris M was a size 9, and I think it's supposed to be a size 10. Yeah, they got those Scorpius rails, yeah, on an Aegis ship. Yeah, size 10. When do you think we'll get an Idris Bengal tour? Saturday, if I can get in, because I've heard they fixed it with the latest update, so it's apparently back in. Matrix of Lies says Javelin quad turrets are size 8. Yeah, but they're Matrix of Lies. Does the new Drake ship remind anyone else of the rubbish truck? Of a rubbish truck, dual openings? Yeah, kinda. Also don't forget, Perseus has what, 10 size 5 torpedoes, which are nothing to sneeze at? True. The reason why the Perseus is so expensive is because it has guns. It's tiny and only requires a handful of people to run, but fucking Execute has been saying forever it's an awful, awful price. And whenever I hear people be like, oh, well, what would justify this price? I just simply I will look at you directly in the eyes and I will say, Cutlass Steel. CIG's pricing makes no sense. It never will, and is never worthwhile, which is the reason why the Infrarunners is a thing. The reason why the Infrarunners can even exist is because CIG is awful at everything they do when it comes to pricing and dealing with anything on the web store. Cutty Steel best Cutty. It's not worth like the $300 they were selling it. When in game it's cheaper than the black. Listen, the Cutlass Steel is the dumbest idea that CIG has ever come up with. It is also the most Cutlass and Drake thing they've ever come up with. And hand on heart, I swear to every deity that exists, that thing is insane. It works. And I'm gonna tell you, as somebody who has flown in a Cutlass Steel, being flown around it, it has never failed me. It has never even glitched me out and killed me. The Valkyrie, on the other hand, which is literally the dropship from Aliens, I have been bugged out on that thing more times than I can count. Not a single time on the Steel. I do not know why or how. Maybe I'm just blessed by the gods of Drake. I don't know, but it confuses and scares me. Advertisement paid for by Drake. Yeah, they actually made the Steel worthwhile now. Well, I'm talking about before the HP buff. I'm talking about when everyone was laughing at the Cutlass Steel. Because the lore team, we would... And by the way, lore is my organization, League of Relic Enthusiasts. When we would go out on relic expeditions, sometimes the Valkyrie just straight up wouldn't work. So Tree or somebody else would pull out the Steel and be like, we've got a Cutlass Steel. And we're like, oh, fuck. Okay, it's the only other ship that has that many seats we can carry people. Fine, just don't cough the wrong way. Never a problem. Not a single problem. Ever. It was so confusing. We're just being like, what? Eventually, people were just throwing fucking concrete inside of the back thing, bouncing around. The cans were rolling around. People would be throwing shit at each other, doing dumb shit, and it just wouldn't break. It was like, what the fuck? What the fuck? Why are you not breaking? There are two sides of every Cutlass owner. The angry PC tech, the Cutlass series will explode if you throw a soda bottle out the airlock. And the Selene Star Dragon, Cutlasses are reliable. Both are true at the same time. If the Hornet is built by Doc Brown, Cutlasses are built by Time Lord technology. The duality of Drake. It's bigger on the inside. That's all I'm going to say. Schrodinger's Cutlass. It's the cheapest piece of shit that will explode in your face, but also will never fail you. They're smaller on the outside instead of bigger on the inside. Woo. Yes, Luna, I can blow up a Valkyrie by throwing an empty bottle at someone's back. I've done it multiple times. Cutlass is the Metro Geo confirmed. They either love forever or die in a ball of fire. That's Drake. There are two types of Drake pilots, the good and the dead. There's only two, the good and the dead. I for a long time, I argued that CIG should have the tagline for Drake be "Get good." The Cutty Rod will give you tetanus, a tetanus shot, your tetanus shot, and tetanus. Oh no, I've done it multiple times, Luna. I have destroyed ships by throwing bottles multiple times. I wonder how hard it would be to punch a hole in the wall from a crew area to the cargo area in a Cutlass. Why though? Why would you want to like decompress the crew area? It's not a Valkyrie. You don't decompress the entire crew every time you want to to open the doors. Drake's not Anvil. They know how to compartmentalize. God, I want to love the Ironclad, but I want to love the, but God, riding saddle side, it horrible. Well, I mean, it's the Caterpillar. If you like the Caterpillar, it's the same idea. I wonder if the next Drake Cutlass Drake concept will be a Polaris competitor. Maybe. I do think that there is a place for Corvette-sized ships. Every manufacturer having a Corvette-sized ship makes sense. So like the 890 is a Corvette, the Polaris is a Corvette. I could see Misk having a Corvette style, or Drake having a Corvette style. Well, Drake kind of no. They have a frigate, which is the Kraken. The Kraken's a frigate. It's technically a light carrier, but it's about the same size, like slightly bigger than the Idris. Argo getting. I would love to see an Argo Corvette, because an Argo Corvette would just be a flying station. A repair, refuel, rearm ship from that's just like a mobile station. Yeah, they have a bathroom. They didn't show everything in there, though. I think doesn't the Caterpillar have a bathroom? Yeah, like a Crucible Starfare mix, yeah. I could see Misk doing, well, the Misk does have a Corvette style. It's the Whole Sea. The Whole Sea is their Corvette. Maybe the whole D or E, but like the whole series has got the whole range. So we don't have a Drake Corvette. We do, sort of. We have the frigate, but yeah. I can see Drake doing a Corvette. We don't have an Anvil Corvette. We don't have an Aegis Corvette. And we don't have a... We have an Origin Corvette. Yeah, CNOU. Yeah, I think the CNO. I think we're gonna get a. I think the Pioneer is going to be the Corvette. That's going to be the Solid Outland Corvette is the Pioneer. This has completely changed how base building's working. So it's not a capital now. I can almost guarantee you it will be a capital when it comes out. Could see an Asperia Corvette. I could see a Tavaran Corvette would be nice. Oh, Crusader Corvette. That's another one. Who makes the Endeavor? Misk. I thought we reclassified the Hammerhead as a Corvette. It's not a Corvette. It's a Corvette in the sense of it's balanced like a Corvette. So the Master Mode's balancing mode, they made all large ships Corvettes. So like the Hammerhead is a Corvette, but it's actually a gunship. Let me pull it up. Because it was a Corvette at one point, and then it got reduced down to Corvette. Because like the Hammerhead is only slightly bigger than the Polaris, or the Perseus. So there's no way that the Hammerhead and the Polaris are in the same category. Ships, Aegis Dynamics. Yeah, it's called a heavy gunship. The best in show. Go back from the best in show. Here we go. Heavy gunship. Fast patrol ship. If you go back to the store, it is a heavy gunship. Yeah, it's not a Corvette. I wouldn't put the Hammerhead on the same level as the Polaris. Doesn't make a lot of sense. Well, see, Angry PC Tech, it's Star Citizen's classification. It doesn't make any sense if you try to use it with real life versions. That's because nothing makes sense in Star Citizen's versions. I remember hearing somebody at CIG lament that they wish they would have just been able to go back and just invent their own classifications that has nothing to do with real life versions. Like, you know, Star, you know, Paladin versus a, you know, Nova chat, you know, the Star class and the Nova class or whatever. Does CIG have their own version of what a Corvette is? Yeah, it's smaller than a frigate, but bigger than a patrol ship. Yeah, CIG registers capital ships as if it has a capital component. If it has one capital component, it's a capital ship. The Hammerhead has no capital components. It only has large components. I try to decipher what heavy fighter means. It means heavy, and it's a fighter. It's chunky, but a fighter. Like, to give you an idea, the Super Hornet is considered a gunship. I shit you not. Not do I shit. Let's wrap this up, so. Gunship. Gunship. The Hurricane's a heavy fighter, I believe. Yeah, heavy fighter. I wouldn't shit you. You're my favorite turd. Yeah, especially since you super glue your balls to your asshole. So it's always a bad move. What about the Reclaimer? The page lies. It says it's large, but it's got size 4 scrapers and a cap power plant. Because CIG's classification makes no sense. And they're inconsistent even in their own naming conventions. This is the reason why Master Modes is confusing to a lot of people, because it's classifying shit like an 890 as a frigate. An 890 as a frigate. That's why there's applause every time I break wind. That's a good one, Angry PC Tech. Perseus isn't considered a frigate. The Perseus is a gunship. The Perseus is the same class as a Redeemer and as a Hammerhead. It's actually smaller than the fucking Hammerhead. The Perseus? They call the Perseus a frigate? Are you sure? Nice page. The Legionnaire is a light fighter. Yeah, you're right. It is considered a frigate. They call it a frigate. There's no way this is a frigate. This is the same. By the way, the Perseus is the same as an Idris. It's fucking tiny. It's barely bigger than a fucking Connie, and it's a frigate. Let's see. Let's see. Aegis Dynamics. Oh, wait. Let's look at RSI again. I want to see what they call the. What they call. You know what they call the Polaris is a Corvette. So the Perseus is the same classification as the Idris. And the Polaris, which is larger than the Perseus, is considered a size below a Perseus. Yeah, the RSI website refers. Yeah, let's do that real quick. They also have. Well, you have to be. We get mad at marketing for this. I don't think marketing makes this. This is the website team. Whoever wrote ad copy for the marketing is bad. No, on the website. They've changed it, chat. The Perseus frigate, baby. This is the website. It's called the frigate. Can anyone help me find an Atlas drive? Check out the wiki tools. Starcitizen.tools has a wiki that you can. There's actually a couple of sites they can pull it up to. So yeah. Idris size. Hold on. Aegis dynamics. Oh, and of course, as I said, heavy gunship. Where are you, Idris? You're down here. Frigate. You can totally take on an Idris with a Perseus. Yeah, totally. They're completely comparable. Oh, fucking fuck, man. It was a gunship before. It was called a gunship. It's even called it in like all of its marketing material and lore calls it a gunship. Atlas is at her L5. Oh, fuck. Okay, that's not my doing. So, yeah. To be fair to the Ares was always designed as a squadron capital killer. It's designed as multiple Ares in a squadron of 6 to 12 Ares attacking a capital ship can take it down, because fuck, there ain't no other ship that can do that. Because it's also not firing torpedoes, which can be intercepted. I picture the Idris palming the Percy's forehead while it swings size 7 guns wildly with no effect. I gotta start asking my artists. I gotta start contacting my artists to do more Star Citizen ship girls or ship people again. The Perseus is small. It is very small. It is smaller than the Hammerhead, to give you context. Versus the angry Chihuahua in the Idris's purse. Ads are all lies. Everything is subject to change. The Ares is now a noodle delivery device. Yeah, they need to do their own names. They need to do their own name classification. They need to throw out all of the kind of references to real world and do something else, because it's just confusing people at this point. This was always the plan. Oh, fuck. I wish they'd stick a size 7 gun on that road sweeper. Listen, I am still all for Drake getting a self-propelled gun that's just a size 7 with elevation. The fuck it, make it a no, not make it a beam. I was gonna say, like, you know, the beam artillery from tanks from the Clone Wars era of Star Wars. Size 7 on an EMP, on a Buccaneer. We need a Space A-10. You have a Space A-10 combat Wombats. It's called the Ares. The Ares Inferno specifically is the Space A-10. It's not a railgun. It's just a ballistic weapon. But yeah, it's a size 7. No, it's a size 5. It's a bespoke size 5 though. We need a A10 that's for Cass. Ares is anti-capital and ground attack. All of its concept images for the Inferno are ground attack. It is close air support. That's what its job is. The Vanguard is also kind of, you can get back 66% of the ship missing, or 33% or something like that. Ares is a bespoke size 7 too, yeah. But the Nova, I think they're asking about the tank. The Nova is the size 5 Slayers, but the size 5 Slayers hit like a size 7. I'd like to file a complaint with Kelly Kaplan, please. Yeah, bespoke weapons, you gain better penetration or better damage, or better like capacitors and stuff like that, or but you can't swap them out. So that's all you get. So you got no chances to swap out that Inferno cannon with the ion cannon or any other things like that. Yeah. The fun fact about the lore is that the Nova's bespoke size 5 is, I believe, Hurston Dynamics. It's called the Hurston Dynamics Slayer Cannon. Basically, Novas are running around with a Doom guy attached to them. Doom guy propulsion device. That's why it hits. When it hits, it's like a miniature Doom Marine that's being fired at you, which is why you die instantly. Tested by and on our willing workers. Next time you wonder why does the UEE put up with Hurston Dynamics awful stuff? Like the answer is all you have to say is the size 5 Slayer cannon on the Nova. They make that. You're welcome. What's a little bit of human misery when you can put a size 5 that hits like a size 7? I played the new patch, and I've been having problems where I am flying the ship's controls suddenly quit working, which caused me the ship to blow up and crash. They've changed some of the how the flight works now. So like the flight is different from what it used to be because of master modes. But check your controls and everything like that to see if what's going on. Don't they make the bulk of station defense turrets? They did at one point. They also make most of the antimatter weaponry that the UE. So they make weapons of mass destruction. Why can't I mount that gun on my 600i size 5 mounts? It's because it's a bespoke size 5. It only works with the Nova. Yeah, I went to jump straight in it, and it threw me through the planet because what we got was a visual overhaul, not a functional overhaul of how quantum works. Everything we've had in the past of how the game functions is the same, except for master modes, which just changes how controls work and how some aspects work. But like quantum is the same. It's just got a new UI upgrade. We won't have the new quantum stuff in, maybe not even for 4.0. We might be later, but we'll see. Cast Arms would be like, make sure you're safe from the Vandal in your local grocery with our new concealed carry size 5 killer cannon. Yes, exactly. Everyday carry. Size 5. Vandal bringing you down, ruining your picnic. Don't worry, Castak Arms got for you. Got the answer for you. Take our black hole cannon. That's right. It fires actual black holes. It will consume everything in your vicinity for the next light year in the matter of a fraction of a second. But you won't have to worry about those Vandal anymore.
Hey, a tip.
Akal, superchatted $20. Good job, Paul. As always, are you going to streaming on Stay today for Drake Day?
Oh yeah. I've got definitely stream on Drake Day because I've got my Drake hat. I've got my Drake shirt, which is I'm going to be wearing. I've got a leather jacket I'll be wearing. So you got the full Drake experience, the full Defense Con experience. 70% more black hole per black hole. Having a problem with your Vandal? Don't worry. Get the Castec Thumper. It only fires anti-Vandal gas grenades, which will dissolve only Vandal genes, Vandal flesh in a matter of seconds. So your kids can cheer as the Vandal before you melts into a pile of biological goo. What time? Noon. So noon Eastern or Central, so 1 a.m. or 1 a.m. 1 p.m. Eastern. 1 p.m. Eastern. Clarification, only melts Vandal genes. No, clarification, it actually is just like a very, very harmful, like, flesh-eating virus that will eat anything that biological it touches. It's like some sarin gas shit. Claims not certified by UE Ministry of Information. Man, I would get J.K. Simmons for Colonel Gavin E. Hurston. Yes, I would do somersaults if you got that. That or you need someone particularly that style for because Constantine Hurston is very British. You need to have something that's very British like that. So it's just aerated Red Bull. You're on PST Seattle time, so that's 10 a.m. your time, Ackland? 4 hours. EST is, so like right now for me, it's about almost 10 p.m., 9:46 p.m. So Eastern, it's 10:46 p.m. Central, it's, or Mountain Time, it's 8:46, and Pacific, it's 7:46. Yeah, 12 p.m. EDT is when they change. So I'll be starting at 1 p.m. EDT. Are there any Mezzer descendants? Love to see a new run of the throne. God, no. Yeah, there is Fiona, but she disappeared after during the revolution. She was the last daughter of a Mezzer. But we don't know of any other Mezzer inheritors. I'd love to see a Gundam Wing Endless Waltz situation, where just some young kid shows up claiming to be the descendant of the Mezzers to rally a bunch of old Mezzerite supporters to try to overthrow the UEE. We talking ED war, lore? No, this is Star Citizen lore. So it's like, yes, ED lore. Are there Mezzers? Is the Empire run by Mezzers in ED? Listen, my understanding of ED lore goes back to, hold on. Oh, wow. I thought the chick everyone loves is the Empire had some. Messers? The Duvals. Oh, okay. Wouldn't she be old now? Maybe she's been in stasis and doesn't know the Empire fell. I mean, she probably knows the Empire fell, but yeah, being in stasis makes sense. The stasis can, Star Citizen, in the Star Citizen universe, stasis chambers existed that could preserve humanity for like 200 years. So that was built like in before the first jump point was discovered, so like 23 to like the 24th century, I want to say. So in general, I've heard a lot of people concerned about like the Argo MPUV. Some people were like concerned about with the MPUV-T, like what does this change? Like what does this mean for the future? And I'm wondering about you. Are any of y'all concerned about the direction it's going with the MPUV? Plus, she kind of started the whole ball rolling in the fall thing. Yeah, since she trained the fucking rebels. They were her pet rebels that decided to go rogue. Why would you need a stasis chamber when you can store your imprint? Because your imprint has your IVS score will go down over time. And the longer it takes to imprint, the more things break down. But on top of that, that imprint technology wasn't invented until 2950. And the measures fell in 2792. So. My Hopian says it changes about much as the F7CR and is about as present. Hello, Astro. I want to ask you a question. What's the lore behind the time between Squadron 42 and Star Citizen? When you finish Squadron 42 and it launches you into Star Citizen, what do you think the story behind that will be? I don't know. I know you don't know the ending or full story of Squadron 42, but I wanted to ask your thoughts. Well, independent speaker. I actually kind of do, but only for the first game. So the original idea for Star Citizen was that you would muster out from Squadron 42 into the verse. That, as Star Citizen and Squadron 42 have taken so long to produce, that is becoming less and less true. So the likelihood is that Squadron 42 is a separate game. It's not the tutorial for Star Citizen. People who think that is need to stop saying that, because it's not. It sets the wrong expectations for it. But you're a separate person. So your Squadron 42 character is not the same person as your character in the verse. Likely. I think they disconnected Squadron 42 and Star Citizen in any meaningful way. Yeah. There's probably going to be some sort of connection where if you connect the two, you're going to get some sort of reputation boost. But what does ILW mean? Invictus Launch Week. I see it in some of the ship titles, yeah. So it means Invictus Launch Week. So Invictus Launch Week is just Fleet Week. The reason why it's called Invictus Launch Week is because during the First Tavaran War, when humanity had to mobilize for the first time on a scale that had never happened before, because since the Unification Wars was kind of an ad hoc collection of previous Earth nation states, armies and militaries, like armies and navies, kind of being combined together, which fought a bunch of rebels who were trying to stop the Unification Wars, a unification of humanity under the UNE. When the First Tavaran War happened, humanity had to drastically increase its military because it really didn't have a military up to that point. It was a small, specialized force that mostly helped out militia. But they didn't really need one. So when the Tavaran War broke out, they needed people. They needed more bodies for the war. So people volunteered in droves for it. But because it was only a small force, there was only one training base for the entire military. It was on Mars, and it was called the Invictus base. So that's why we call it Invictus Launch Week, because what they would do is they would send troop transports out to pick up people, the entirety of the volunteers from one planet, in these troop transports, and then take them to Invictus. There's been some discrepancy. Some of it was they pick them up and then they take them to Invictus, or they pick them up and then they move to another place and pick them up. I think the idea is that everyone gathered together on the same day to board ships and then go to Invictus, so that all of the recruits were showing up from all of the planets at Invictus at the same time. So it was always the same day, which was around the same time as Stella Fortuna. Squadron 42 is a past event. It starts in October of 2945. It starts... It's not a spoiler at this point. CIG's already spoiled it. It starts with the attack on Vega. The attack on Vega 2 is the start of the game. If I recall, the first ship they used was Invictus. They mentioned something like that, but we know for sure that the base that they were training at was called the Invictus base on Mars. It may have been also called the Invictus ship because, you know, CIG and names, but... Calling it now, you die at the end of Chapter 3 and your Star Citizen characters is descended. Could be. You know everything about Star Citizen? I don't. I don't know everything about Star Citizen. I know a lot, but I don't know everything. Well, yeah, so I think basically what's going to happen is Squadron 42, you play a character, you can play through all 3 games, and you'll be good. And then in Star Citizen, there's some connection between your character and Star Citizen's character. There may be something they come up with, but you're not really the direct connections. Because, like, Squadron 42, if Squadron 42 releases next year, which is what my belief is currently, it's set in 2945, and it might jump time a little bit, like to 2946 or 47 or whatever, but it's like a couple of, at most a year or so. So, for the first game, and there are 3 games. So, if you do 2945 to 46, game 1, then 46 to 47, game 2, 48 to 49 in game 3, then you still won't catch up. Because game 2 will still take at minimum 2 to 4 years to produce. Game 3 is same. So Squadron 42 Part 3, the full saga, will not be finished until the 2030s. And by that time, we're in 2060s in-game. They can always revert the time if they want to like reset some stuff if they really feel like they want to for the lore, because there really hasn't been any major impactful stuff that's happened. But Battle of Vega is in October of 2945. Yeah. Question, do you think Squadron 42 goes back on sale? Will you be able to use store credit to buy it? No. I think it'll be sold in a separate store account, which will be linked to your own account, but it's going to be, you can only purchase it from the Squadron 42 website. It's a separate SKU, and I think it'll be a minimum $60. Maximum $80. Plus, they'll sell special editions. So they'll probably sell us an edition that has they'll probably sell like a digital version at $60 and a physical version that's $80, and then like a special edition that's like $100 or $120, and you know, a collector's edition which is $150. Game 1 takes place in 2946. Vega is in October of 2945 and takes place before our character goes into Flight Academy, so probably a minimum of 1 year after Vega the main campaign starts. It's about six to 9 months of his flight training, and we know that one of the missions is likely going to be flight training. So, like, the first mission is the Battle of Vega, when you're a gunner on the, or a starman. I can't imagine what you would be doing. Yeah, you're the janitor on board the Javelin. I imagine you're like a gunner or a gunner's mate, or, you know, I don't think you're an engineer or anything like that on the Javelin, but you're on the Javelin, the Gauntlet. And then something happens with the Gauntlet. We know a lot about what happens with the Gauntlet if you want to look up in the Galactopedia articles, because it's pretty obvious. But somehow, whatever your actions are during that battle gets you into the Flight Academy. And so the first mission or first couple of missions are the Battle of Vega. And then the missions after that will probably be Flight Academy of some kind. So it's like kind of like preparing you to learn how to fly. And then after that is you getting assigned to the Stanton and stuff. So what about all those who purchased the gold and silver boxes from Kickstarter? I'm sure they'll still come, but I don't think there's not a lot of those. But they're going to almost certainly have to have physical copies made, and CIG will probably partner with somebody to do that. I don't think they'll do it on their own. There's plenty of independent companies that partner with larger publishers to just produce and not produce, but like to just like push out the game. With the Hornet Mark I going away, what Mark I is your favorite? The tracker. I mean, honestly, it's the Heartseeker because it's got the pinup, which is cool. But if we're talking about just like cool factor beyond that, it's tracker. Tracker's neat. It's not going to be in a 16 gigabyte USB stick anymore. It will be, James. It'll be on that unique looking 16 gigabyte USB stick. And you know what's going to be on there? You know what's going to be on there? The launcher. It will be the launcher files. Because the Mark II launcher has space for another game. So, are multiple Squadron video games still in the plan? I've noticed CIG have been very quiet about that. As far as we know, they haven't corrected it since then. And generally speaking, the last time CIG said something is still what their plan is, if they don't update it. And the last thing they said was they split Squadron 42 into 3 games. So. You'll need at least a 16 gig stick to fit the launcher the way things are headed. True. Then again, we're also getting to the point where you can get like a terabyte on a stick. A USB stick can hold a terabyte of information, so. They're not releasing Squadron 42 at CitizenCon. That would be a suicidal move on CIG's part. You need at least 9 months. You can rush it with a 6-month launch, but I almost certainly 9 to 12 months. I would say the peak time to release Squadron 42 would be May of next year. They won't. They'll release it in fall of next year because they'll probably announce the release date or release time at CitizenCon, and then post CitizenCon they will have they will have to kind of make the hard decisions and change that. President respects my disk space better than DCS at the moment. 1 terabyte USB NVMe. Which is in a weird place where like storage space is becoming cheaper. You're getting more storage for less money as time goes along, but also video games are disrespecting, they just are getting lazy. They're just not compressing files as much because they don't have to. Like, it's insane that like Star Citizen and Call of Duty Warzone have the same like capacity. I think Star Citizen's actually less, has less like like less space than Call of Duty Warzone does. So we're getting Idris released next year. So John Crew messed up at CitizenCon. John Crew said that the Idris isn't going to be released until Squadron, and then immediately said the Idris is coming next year. He said that at CitizenCon last year. You need not compress your drive to use disk storage. Issue is 4K textures, and then you need 2K for games. A lot more I could say. Oh, right. That's the case. They're basically rendering like 16K in all the way down to barely HD versions of the game for each version, and that's the real reason. I remember hearing a game dev talk about that. It's like if you're angry about, you know, the disk size, then the real reason, right, you need to be angry about disk size is because we have to ship everything with 8K textures, even if you don't use it. Some companies, mostly indie, using 16K skyboxes. Yes, CIG. At one point, CIG was using 16K for the skyboxes for Star Citizen. That was before the verse existed, before the EPU existed. So how long should we hold over his feet over the fire for that faux pas? For what faux pas? Well, the warships is bigger than Star Citizen last time I checked. Yeah. Oh. He didn't say Squadron 42 will be out next year. He said the Idris will be out next year. Here's my take. Take it as much as you want to or not. I think what's going to happen is at CitizenCon, they'll release the Idris. They'll make the announcement of the release of Squadron 42, and they'll release the Idris. Take that with what you will. That's a shot in the dark. You know, one of the many called shots that I'll probably get wrong, but I think that's the smart play in my mind. So far, Robert Space Industries is taking up 105 gigabytes. Not sure on the shaders files, but that was large. Yeah, it's pretty big. Only this time last year was 70 something gigabytes. You think the 2 times Perseus will be able to fight against 1 Polaris? Yeah, for sure, if they can get in close enough. 142 gets a release date. Idris is released. I think that's what we'll see, because they've already all but released the Idris. Like, the Idris is, you can tour it at IAE. You can board it during Xenothreat. Like, it's been in the game. You could fight it with the Arlington missions for a while now. Like, the Idris is just waiting on multi-crew functionality. It definitely needs a little bit more passes. They said they need a few more passes to get it to kind of ready for Squadron 42. It's still missing I want to say, torpedo room or something like that. It's missing the missile room or something like that. There's like a forward room that's missing, but yeah. CIG said they were using parallax occlusion mapping. That is why the Polaris looks plastic. They should be using clay on the modeling and displacement. Could go further, but DX11 has tessellation. DX12 has 98 plus tessellation. Vulcan doesn't, that I know of, but I don't use Vulcan. But they could increase the performance and shrink some of the needs, doing it right per triangle count and less needed for high textures. I'm sure they'll do that after the fact. You can steal it at ILW. I wonder, will concept ships never be in Squadron 42 if it's released before it's ready? What do you mean, Christine? Do you think there'll be a Mark II Freelancer? No. That's my honest belief. The evil alternate universe Paul says yes. Honestly, I believe that they'll fix the Freelancer up and they'll kind of do some internal work to kind of fix things up to the right standards they want it to be. It's not going to change that much. It's just mostly the living areas and maybe the flight area. But the side of me that's more cynical will say CIG is going to get it to gold standard so it gets all the things functioning, not bother with it anymore, and then build a new ship. A new version of the Freelancer that costs $25 more. Paul Shelley says, Shilly says no. Dark Paul says yes. Yeah. There's nothing in concept that's in Squadron that I know of. How annoyed are you that Drake seems to be getting the next? So, Red Martian, you got to understand something. In my character's personal lore, in my personal fiction, my character is from Magnus. Born and raised on Borea. So he's a Drake man through and through. Because I am a Drake guy through and through. Drake interplanetary, to be precise. I still think we're going to get an Anvil capital ship. Because the Drake ship that we're getting is not a capital ship. The Ironclad is not a capital ship. It's just a large vessel. To clarify, the reason the Polaris has a plastic look is because POM isn't there yet. Fake depth on textures. That's what they were talking about, why it's not quite there yet. Okay. But I still believe, I think what CIG is still doing is holding off on selling any true capital ships until they can get the Polaris done, and then a lot of those they'll line up for Drake, and then do the Kraken, obviously. Because when Squadron 42 comes out, you've got the Polaris, you'll have the Idris, you'll have the Javelin. Those are the big ones. The only things you have left other than those three you'll have for capital ships is the Kraken. That's it. I don't think there's any other capital ships. There are other large ships like the Liberator and the Orion and stuff like that, but the Pioneer, yeah, and the Endeavor. The Endeavor is not coming out until after 1.0. Someone got mad at me because I said that the Endeavor was never going to come out in 1.0, and CIG said that up front. They didn't say that when they released the ship. They said it like a month after they released the ship. There are like 15 people who you know, it's understating it, but like there are not very many people who own an original Endeavor from before they made that announcement. The RSI Orion, yeah, but the Orion will probably come out with the Arastra after the Perseus. There's a super popular game loop using a team in A2 to pirate other ships. Ironclad has a guaranteed audience waiting for it. Yeah. It's a pirate fucking base ship. It's not a capital ship, but it's a base ship. What are my thoughts on the Ironclad? It's neat. It's neato. Not going to be worth the kind of money it's going to cost, but it's neato. Question, do you think we could get a sale of human ships modified by the Van Duel in a ship sales in the future? Maybe. The Squadron 42 only has a certain list of ships, and all need to have a gold pass for its release, so they can release it, even if with ships under work for Squadron 42. So yeah, there are ships that need to have a gold standard for Squadron 42, which the player can fly. So those ships are what we know of so far is the Gladius, the Hornet, the Saber, the Retaliator. There hasn't been talk about the Gladiator, but I'm assuming the Gladiator is also there. The Idris, the Javelin, and maybe the Vanguard. I don't know. Oh, and the Argo MPUV. We also know that there are some ships that are in Squadron, but we don't know if they're flyable. Like there's images of a frozen Freelancer. We know Starfarers and Reclaimers are both in there as well as like ships you can deal with, but and the Avenger. But is there any pre-existing lore for the Ironclad? Nope. They do retroactively add lore all the time. Sometimes they also say it's a new ship. I could definitely see it being a new ship. Yeah, the full question is there any pre-existing lore for the Ironclad, or do they retroactively add lore? Or do they simply say all these new ships are being released in real time? If that's the case, what precipitates the sudden burst of in-released vessels and lore? It depends. Right now, Drake is under a new management. Andon Arden took over Drake in the mid-2940s after a scandal caused the original founder, Jan Dredge, to retire. So Andon Arden is a guy they bring in to improve the reputation of companies that have kind of in trouble. So he has released under his watch the Vulture, the Corsair, the Cutter, the Kraken, which is still under sort of production, and now possibly the Ironside, or the Ironsides, the Ironclad. I could see the Ironclad being an older ship, because the Caterpillar is an older ship, the Cutlass is an older ship, the Herald, I think, is an older ship, if I remember correctly. The Vulture technically was released in 2930s or 40s, I want to say. It was released fairly recently. I don't think quite under Andon Arden's leadership, so. But the reason why it would be, if it was a new ship that was released, it's because Andon Arden wants to move the Drake image away from being a pirate ship and being more towards, utility. And what's more utility than a cargo vessel? I think Ironclad will be a affordable in-game for its class of Drake ships. Going to be cheaper. Yes, 100%. It's not going to be worth the money you pay for it, though. I feel like we don't see lore for new ships anymore. We don't. We really don't. I think it's because a lot of the lore team is actively writing lore for the game, like for missions and in-game lore, because they've been talking about it a lot in like the monthly reports and such. So they've been focusing on things like stuff for Pyro, mission givers, and that kind of thing. So, yeah. That cargo vessel is going to be a Yargo vessel. The problem about lore is that it takes a writer time to cross-reference things, because if you don't get a writer cross-referencing lore, you end up with the Valkyrie, which breaks the whole timeline and makes no sense. Like, there's some small discrepancies with the Hornet, but the real discrepancy with the Hornet comes from the Valkyrie, which is just fucking all over the place. That lore makes no goddamn sense. It references the fucking Crucible as being made before the Valkyrie and the Hornet, which makes no fucking sense in my brain. How can a small team of a handful of engineers build the Osprey, which we don't know about yet, we just heard about it, then the Terrapin, then the Crucible? It's a huge jump in size. Then the Hornet, then the Valkyrie in like 10 years. Like, that's the most efficient fucking team I've ever seen. Now, to be fair, that's not a horrible thing. It's just more of an opinion. It's like, yeah, you could technically do that. Sometimes it only requires a handful of people to do it, but they just pay me to write lore. They don't have the money. What they need is another archivist. They need someone to go through all of their lore systematically and make sure all the dates line up and double check everything. Because right now, the person who has that job, Sherry, they're busy trying to update the Galactopedia. So like they're trying to kind of make sure all the Galactopedia makes sense. So the dates don't really have to line up right now. I don't give them the money. I give them the money. Yeah, but I'm not moving to LA. And I did just hire a writer, Jeremy, who's, I think, as far as I can tell, Jeremy's just been given the fucking PU. They're like, we're working on Squadron. Jeremy, here's the PU. So Jeremy's just like, oh, fuck. Thank you for watching there, Unsound. it's very different from doing what I do versus what a writer does. I'm married to a writer, so I kind of can see this. The thing that I do is more what a history person or an archivist, like a librarian or something like that would do. Somebody who takes all of the pieces and puts them together in a way that makes logical sense as best as possible. A writer has to come up with interesting ideas that are unique, that don't step on other ideas, has to fit it within a framework that makes sense, and in video games has to make it for a video game audience. All of the writing needs to be made for the game. If it does not support the game or help the gameplay in general, it's fucking useless. So as much as I'd like to know, which ships were made by which person, like I'd love to know who made the Hornet. Like, who designed the Hornet? What was their backstory? Where did they come from? What was their relationship with Jude Harris Arnold? Or what the Osprey was like, or even fucking give me the Bearcat. I'm fucking dying for the goddamn Bearcat. That doesn't matter. Unless CIG suddenly comes up with a need for the Bearcat or a need for the designer of the Hornet to be some sort of mission relation, it doesn't fucking matter. So it just doesn't exist. None of those things will exist until CIG needs them to exist. Because no one gives a shit outside of dumb people like myself who love those sorts of things. And eventually, they will get into lore. But that's when those writers aren't constantly trying to do their jobs. Do we call the Ironclad the Fatapillar instead? I like to call it the Iron Chad, but yeah. I think the Fatapillar is the one of them. Exclamation point, book. Is that not working? Oh, I don't have, I am a smart man. I am a very smart man. I forgot to turn on the bots. But yes, exclamation point book in chat here in a couple moments. Buy my wife's book. It's called Panic Eyes. It's Stephen King meets slice of life. She's a published professional author, publishing company, book publishing company bought it and publishing it the whole 9 yards. So, it's her first professionally published book. She's written stuff that hasn't been published yet, but it's her first professionally published book. I'm a good partner and I want to support her writing ability. So buy it. You'll like it. I can guarantee it. If you're a lover of books, buy it and read it. Stephen King slicing life sounds really good. It's like a slice of life, but with a Stephen King kind of edges to it. The name is, her name is Camilla Shelley, but the book itself is called Panic Eyes. Paul, you're not dumb. You're a little. I call it my So Ackland, you gotta understand. I call it my brain disease. I call it my brain disease because it is not something that is useful outside of his history knowledge or random facts. It's like people who really enjoy puzzles. I really like to solve puzzles, but I hate puzzles. I fucking hate puzzles. But I love to like fact puzzles, I guess is what it is. Exclamation point book in chat. That'll get you your link. Have I seen The Langoliers? Yeah, I've seen it. I haven't read it, but yeah. So exclamation point book, even in YouTube, should bring up the link. Panic Eyes. Panic Eyes. EYES. Nice. You'll enjoy it. I read it. I read all different versions of it when she was writing it, and I read the final. It's about 230 pages long. She is getting a Kindle version working that should be coming out soon. She talked with her publicist about it, or her publisher about it, and they were like, yeah, it's happening. So, but I think the publisher is actually a writer herself, and she's actually republishing her first book, because when she released her first book, she was, right after she released it, she ended up in a hospital for about 9 months. So she couldn't publish it, promote it. So she's re-releasing it and then doing a big promotion for it. But I will ask, for those of you who have purchased the book and read it, if you have read it, please do leave a review on Amazon or Barnes & Noble or wherever you got it. Because especially on Amazon, the way that Amazon works is Amazon will not recommend books unless there's at least 50 people who have reviewed the book. So it came out in April, and my wife, I love my wife dearly, but she is a introvert. I'll just say that. So she's not a people person, and honestly doesn't know the first thing to do in terms of how to contact people or to promote it, because she doesn't have an audience like I do. So as her partner in life and in crime, I'm telling you to read it and then promote it. Please review it. Please help out. So your brain disease is every historian ever. Yes, because it has no functional use in society. There's only one use that I can think of that logic puzzle brain can work, and that's being a fucking spy. Taking limited information and pulling them together to form a coherent story that makes the most sense. A for science. Paul Drake spy confirmed? Yes. A spy or a teacher? Do you think Death of the Spaceman's in 4.0? I think CIG is planning for it to be in 4.0. Do I think it'll actually be in 4.0? No. This isn't like evil dark side, Paul. This is just all of me believes that CIG will get 4.0 out with pyro, server meshing, and jump points, and that's it. Those are the only 3 things that are important for 4.0, and that's what's going to come down to it. CIG is going to have probably 30 different new cards that'll come up for 4.0 between now and 4.0's release. There will be a fuck ton of shit that's going to be added for 4.0. None of it is going to make 4.0. It will make 4.0. It'll make 4.0.1, 4.0.2, 4.0.3. I think we'll get 4.1 in we'll get 4.1 at the end of the year, but I think we'll get the real 4.1 in March. How exactly do you mention CIG can punish us with Death of the Spaceman sufficiently to make us not backspace and respawn, so we can play until we go to sleep at school, work, etc.? So, the way that I envision, or the way that I could think about, I should say, how Death of the Spaceman works, is you will have 2 health bars. You will have your normal health bar, and you'll have your IVS score, your imprint viability score. That score is going to go down depending on your backspace, depending on your death. Now, what CIG is going to do when Death of the Spaceman turns up, they're going to remove the backspace functionality. So you won't be able to backspace transport yourself anywhere you want to go. They'll also add a distance marker. So after a certain point, you can't use the regen. And if you do use regen, it'll be, back to your original regen point. Would you like a way to increase the HP, the second bar? Yeah, they will probably have the secondary health bar, the hard health bar will be able to regen over time, but I don't think it'll be in first version. So first off, they're going to take away your fast travel. Second of all, if you do manage to kill yourself, it will, in-game, you manage to unalive yourself properly, it will have a higher IVS hit. Because the game can tell if you killed yourself or not. In-game. I hate doing this shit. It will be able to tell that. So CIG will punish you more for that sort of action. And depending on how you died, will increase it as well. I don't know. They can remove backspace unless you put some new unstuck feature. Any MMO needs some sort of force move respawn system. Yeah, they'll have some sort of unstuck feature over the backspace for sure. Looking forward to the game murking your character. It's going to happen. The problem is, Iris, is that that's going to happen no matter what. CIG is never going to be in a perfect situation to add new content. They're just going to have to bite the bullet and push it out there and then fix it as it gets broken. That's why it's called 4.0, not 1.0. Do you think player will have access to their IVS score? Yep. 100% you're going to have access to your IVS score. You'll be able to see your hard health bar. If I'm down and log off, when I log back in, I'll still be downed, or will you respawn? If you're downed, I'm sure there's going to be a give up feature, because they've talked about the idea of doing a give up feature for like bounty hunting, where like if you get captured and you get put into a stasis chamber, you could either just choose to give up and you'll just spawn in prison, or you could take it the whole way down there. If you're downed, there's still going to be a give up feature, almost certainly. Hey, so is Star Citizen running on the Star Engine? Yes. I'm sure people will be very happy to lay there in the downstate waiting for me to play Gallica in my Apollo. Get the stupid drone to go down, pick them up, bring them back up, just so I can res them while their dog threatens to pee on the floor because they need to take a walk. Star Citizen isn't a game that you're going to be able to play for 20 minutes at a time. You think they're going to stick with character idea of enslaving a player character? No. I think they're going to backspace out of that. I don't think they're going to stick around with the idea of players getting sold into slavery. And they're going to have some weird issues, like, for instance, they're going to have the ability where people are going to be able to restrain you, and you're going to be stuck there in restraints. So CIG is either going to have the ability for players to break out of restraints, so you can eventually crack restraints if you struggle enough, or a give up feature where you just die while you're in restraints, so that you don't have to do that stuff. What exploration and scanning gameplay do you anticipate being included for us to explore in Pyro in 4.0? Nothing. 0. What we see in 3.23. Like I said, I anticipate having Pyro, jump points, and server mission. That's it. Because that's all that CIG can handle. Not because they're bad or anything like that, but that's a fuck ton of things. What I just said was all of the Pyro system, all of the gangs, all of the reputation, all of the new mission types that they're bringing in, all of the, the server meshing, testing all the problems, all of the performance issues it's going to have, all of the outlying issues it's going to have. Same with jump points outlying issues, graphical errors, everything else like that. That's a fuck ton of work. So anything beyond that, it's not worth it. It's just too much time and effort. I do have a store. It's ! Merch will have it, but I don't put it out there because I haven't updated my merch in forever. I need to sit down this summer and do that. Are we going to fly during the jumps? Sort of. I believe it's on rails. You still can control your direction, but you can't go forward or back. It's pushing you forward. Not slavery, but player movement restriction. Gambling and drugs have been active in some of the largest, most popular games in gaming history. Yeah, but that's a matter of regulations. New star system with granularity, jump points, and navigation in it. Dynamic server meshing. Not bad when you think about it. Not dynamic, it's going to be static, but dynamic will probably come in 4.1. Or engineering is coming in 4.0, right? Nope. I mean, yes, but no. It's on the roadmap, but no. Do you think it'll be for all ships? They said it'll be for all ships when it releases. So will they add engineering to the 600i, eventually knowing they're going to have to rework doing it again? Yeah. Yeah, Star Engine is just a modification of the Cry engine. Will you be able to struggle if you're in a cryopod? No, they'll have a give up feature. There'll be a give up feature for a cryopod. Almost certainly. CIG's talked about that before. There's going to be some layers of reasonability where, like, if you're a prisoner or you're like a pirate who's been captured and put in, like, outlaw put into a cryopod, you'll just have an option to wait to see if a friend saves you, or an option just to give up and then spawn in. I think they'll have a similar thing where, like, you can just choose to give up and regen if you're not a criminal. Better for science. Thanks for inviting me to the event the other weekend too. It was fun. I'd love to see that, like, actually be a thing for Arena Commander. That's a pipe dream for when CIG isn't burning from their candle from both ends. I'm sorry, Luna. You're on the West Coast, though, aren't you? It's only, what, 9:30 there? Go to bed. I'm going to be finishing up here shortly anyways. I mean, there's whole sections of the engine which have been replaced from CryEngine. That's why they call it Star Engine. Because it was technically updated to Lumberyard, which was just a version of CryEngine, and then Lumberyard was basically dropped for support by Amazon. So CIG just said, "Fuck it, go all in." Doom Gummy, the one thing you're going to have to also remember is that Star Citizen and CIG is under a lot more scrutiny than, say, GTA. And by that I mean there's not an entire subreddit and like individual online groups, plus entire portions of the gaming media community who want to see GTA 6 fail. I'm sure there are people who don't like GTA 6, but, like, I'm not talking about, like, fervently from their core want to see the game fail, because Star Citizen is unique and that it has some very, very passionate fans who are devoted to the game, and some very, very passionate haters who are dedicated to just ripping the game apart from a granular perspective, which doesn't make any fucking sense to me. But, you know, hey, people have time. Too much free time is the answer. Have you been dealing with this freer storm these past days? Pretty well. It hasn't been that bad where I live. We have this thing called the Austin Rain Dome, where, like, for some reason, storms tend to pass around us. So I don't tend to get a lot of storms mostly the edge of stuff. So fair point for sure. They may need to walk carefully. Yeah. We were talking about this earlier about 1.0, about how I don't know or like the idea that CIG is calling 1.0 when really it's like a minimum viable product. So it's effectively beta. The city I live in also has a magical hurricane force field. I think it has something to do with like ground heat and stuff like that. I assume you already talked about the ditching of the Mark I from the game and out of stores. What was the YouTube short take? If this is the short take from that is, if this is a FOMO marketing, it's the worst FOMO marketing I've ever seen. It makes no sense as a FOMO marketing tactic. And if it's not a FOMO marketing tactic, I have no fucking idea what CIG is doing. It's also hotter in Austin. Yes, it's much hotter in Austin than it is in some areas. Hey, Velocity. I have two theories as to what's going on. My Paul Shilley theory is that someone thought it would be cool to do to make the first ship that you can get via that you can only get in game via reputation would be the Hornet Mark I, because you know CIG and their cool shit. And my dark Paul, my absolute like pessimistic hate everything side goes. They're doing it because they want to get it. They want to get it out, and they want to sell the ships at a higher price. And they're going to start doing this with all of the ships. So, no more. You know, like throw away your hopes for a Reclaimer getting a rework, or the Freelancer getting a rework, or any of the older ships getting a rework. They're just going to get a gold standard pass, throw them out there, and then they're going to stop selling them on the website, and they're going to come out with the Freelancer Mark II, the Connie Mark VII, and all that sort of stuff. So they can make it from the ground up with the way they want to and increase the price by 50%. That is my negative ultra. And my actual thought is, I have fucking no idea. Like, my actual honest thought is, I neither of those make sense, because even like the pessimistic side is like, but they're still supporting the Mark I's for the Hornet. It doesn't make a lot of sense. And even my optimistic side is, but why? Why choose the Mark I of all things? It's not like exactly it's like super loved or anything. It's bad FOMO because it's still being supported. You can still get it in game. There's no reason to purchase it. Like, you can still get all that shit in game, just not with cash. Evil marketing division, Paul. Yeah, and they've talked about that in the past, where they wanted to do years of ships. So like, 92, 94, 96, kind of different models that collect. Yeah, it's something they talked about. So this is in line with that idea. It's just, why now? Yeah, and that's the question. Like, this, like, the problem is it's still not even gold standard. It doesn't have a gold standard pass. It's not like final version. The actual the available in game part is particularly ambiguous. Yeah, which definitely screams to me as Repgate It's a rep-gated ship that you can get through reputation, but yes, that is a goalie. That is the beginning, and then the middle says that they're still going to support it through gold standard, and it's going to get all of the fixes and updates it has. It'll even get the same. You could use the same new skins on the Mark II and the Mark I. They'll fit for both ships, and you'll still be able to earn them in game somehow. But they're not going to tell us that yet. Or you earn it. You can earn it. They didn't say in game. They can say earn it somehow. They're not going to tell us yet. And there will be Mark II versions of all the variants, but there isn't one right now. No. Yeah, it's multiple paragraphs. It's split between different images. Yeah, I could see that. I could see Mark II variants being 4.0 or being IAE. It's not that hard. It's not fucking rocket science. They already have the Mark II civilian, so the difference between the civilian Mark II and the regular Mark II and the or Mark I and civilian ghosts and trackers is literally just a paint scheme. And like the tracker is just the dome. So just modeling the dome properly. And then the Super Hornet is just elongating the cockpit. Yeah, it's mostly a equipment change, except for the Super Hornet, which is a little bit different. So what did you think of the space reveal of Spaceman? I called it, like, when they were doing the character creation. They did the character creator SCL or ISC. I said they're going to reveal at the very end that it's just going to be the guy in the orange suit's going to be Jared the whole time. Fucking called it. Starting this ISC break season, the new CIG show, Things CIG Did Not Make You Mad, is going to be a smash hit sitcom. Oh, it's going to get worse, Aimless. Tracker is the stupidest idea. No, I think it works. I just don't think it makes sense without what CIG is going to do for like scanning and stuff in the future. You tripped over the penguin, yeah. I, for one, would love a Mark II freelancer. I just hope they'd call it like the 2954 freelancer rather than, and then the original one was 2943, something like that. What do you mean if, when? We're definitely getting a wipe for 4.0. Like, there's no if, ands, or buts about it, especially with CIG fucking with the, or with people fucking with the cargo dupe glitch, which is happening right now, which everyone's abusing the shit out of so that they can make fuck tons of money. They're definitely going to be wiping, which is good. They need to wipe it anyways because 4.0 is a huge change. Bad things happen, and the signature character just quips, "This was always the plan." To be honest, that was egregious. That was an egregious statement by Jared, which I know Jared will have to talk about at some point and hopefully apologize or clarify. Because I think what Jared was talking about was that the plan from internal design documents was that tier 3 beds would be able to like respawn. But that was never approved. It was just a plan, it was never approved. And that's why they took it away from tier 3 beds when they did 315's medical overhaul, because it was supposed to be a temporary thing. But the people who designed the thing and the people who actually run the show aren't the same people. You can build mechanics, but that doesn't mean you have the full scope of everything that's supposed to happen in the universe. So the management team decided, no, it's not a good idea. And now management is backtracking and going back on those ideas. But you need to clarify that and not just say it was always the plan. You're stupid for not believing us. I'm not gonna sit here and say that Jared was secretly trying to gaslight everyone for sure. That requires more mental capacity than I fucking have with it, something like that. I wouldn't if I have it, if I don't have it, Jared is at least as smart, if not smarter than me. Hey, it works for Games Workshop. That's how Games Workshop has done lore forever, though. If it was incidental, but even incidental gaslighting is no bueno. Basically, yeah. That's my point. Like, it's unacceptable to do something like that and not acknowledge that you were wrong. Especially when you have such a big part about that. Paul, what would it take for you to renounce Star Citizen? I'm not going to answer that question. No. Because that question itself is already a loaded question. That in itself is like, I want you to quit Star Citizen. How can I get you to quit Star Citizen? So I can do that exact thing to make you quit Star Citizen. That's just a shitty way of looking at things, dude. Yeah, I'm doing Captain Sable on Saturday. I want to take you to get you to announce the Redeemer. Oh, wait, never mind. At the core of things, I'd love to be able to expand this community beyond Star Citizen so that I wasn't just reliant on Star Citizen all the time. There's lots of other ideas and other games I'd like to be part of. And I will start to do some of that over the summer. I'll be doing some of that tomorrow because I am going to be playing Sea of Thieves with Loken tomorrow. Because Loken's been playing some Sea of Thieves, so I want to do that too. I want to do Space Marine, the original Space Marine game this summer. I want to do Titanfall 2, and I'm going to do some stuff for charity and such. But I'm at the point where a lot of what I earn, not everything I earn, but there's definitely a significant portion of what I earn from this this content that helps my family live. So unless I actively am earning enough cash to support my family as well as the stream and everything like that, then I can't leave. And I don't really have a desire to leave right now. Star Citizen's in a very exciting spot. I'm interested in it. I love the lore behind it. I've been playing it more often than I normally would. I just don't necessarily want to do only one game for the rest of my life. And I know that if I leave Star Citizen for any significant amount of time, my numbers are going to go down. If you paid me $80,000 a year to not play Star Citizen, would I take it? Do what, though? No, I wouldn't renounce Star Citizen. You're going to pay me $80,000 a year to just say Star Citizen is awful and evil? No. Hey, you can also do Squadron 42. Yeah. Maybe Total Warhammer series and Age of Sigmar look cool. I don't know. I'm mostly doing space and science fiction stuff. I'm looking forward to, like, what is it? Hyperdrive, I think is what it's called. Or is it Jump Ship? I can't remember the name of it. That's coming out soon, coming in as well, which is something I'm looking forward to. Lots of other things. Later, Luna. Yeah, I actually have Everspace 2. I think I kickstarted the original Everspace. Yeah, Exodus, for sure. Exodus is what they're thinking about, Bastion. If someone paid me to $500,000, shut up. I have a price too. It's $1 million. That has always been my price. You want me to do something without me morally compromising myself? $1 million. Upfront cash. Other games, Helldivers 2, I play it. It's just not a long-term viable game to play. Yeah, I could look at Cyberpunk for sure. The multi-crew spaceship game games you play are fun too. Yeah. Void Crew. I think you do well dipping into other lore, deep game, while retaining your SC roots. Yep, that's the plan. And that's basically what I'm trying to say. Is that I like Star Citizen. I like the community. I enjoy the game. But I can't do it forever. And if I want to grow, I need to find other games as well to kind of branch out to every so often to build a community around me and not around Star Citizen. Because I love all of you. You are all wonderful pubbers, very important pubbers, very impressive pissers. But I also know that I have 131 people watching me on Twitch and 111 people on YouTube. When I play anything other than Star Citizen, that number drops by at least half. So I know about half of you are here because you like me playing Star Citizen and are excited about Star Citizen, which is great. But I'd also like for people to watch me for me, you know, call it egotistical or whatever, but, you know, that's just what it is. And YouTube's even worse. I have 111 people watching on YouTube. I get like 20. Fuck, I get 20 people watching me play the game. when I actually play Star Citizen, only about 20 people show up. Puppers? No, pubbers. You had a good number with your RP streams? No, I had 30 people. Knowledge. I had 30 people. It's just not viable. And it's not something I can do overnight. It requires time and energy and patience and building up a reputation. You stream other things at 1 a.m. at your time. That's just you. Oh yeah, because it's super. Really? I don't think because I usually stream other things at around like a couple hours before I go live here. Thank you, Drago Talon. Exactly. Well, I do. I'll make the announcement right here because this is gonna put it up here. Isn't something like 90% of Twitch streamers have fire? Yeah, I'm like the top 2% of Twitch streamers with 100 people, but I'm still considered a small content creator. I do want to bring this up here because this is something I'm planning on doing. I'm starting a tradition called Hot Mech Summer. That's right, Hot Mech Summer. The hottest of big stompy robots. So I'll be doing Mech Warrior 5. I'm going to rope in Loken and Cupan and a bunch of other people to play it with me. And I'm going to do a lore video on Mech Warrior. I'm going to do Titanfall 2. I'm going to play the entirety of the campaign of Titanfall 2 for charity. I'm also going to do a complete history of the Titanfall universe, of the Titan Wars, and the other, like the various wars. I'm not going to do Apex Legends because I don't know enough about it. Riley herself. Welcome everyone from back on Blast Stream. My name is Paul Berserker01 Batman Shell, your humble host.
I'm just an old-fashioned cowboy.
At the AstroPub, your space bar thing to Twitch. Sit back, relax, enjoy the show. We'll get a good one for you. If you don't know, Becky was the voice of Arya Riley in the Anvil lore here this video. So I was just it's going good. I'm kind of wrapping it up here. Hot and Robot must have gotten you all sorts of attention when I expressed you about this. Yeah. I'm just talking about what the plans are for the summer. We're actually kind of wrapping it up here, but we'll go stay on for a little bit longer. So yeah, I'm going to be doing this summer. I'm going to be kind of doing a variety of games that are not Star Citizen. We'll be doing MechWarrior 5 co-op. We'll be doing Titanfall 2's campaign for charity. And I'm also going to do some lore on Armored Core. I'm going to play Armored Core 6. I'm going to be bad at it, but I'm going to play it live so you can see me fail at it a bunch of times. So I'm still going to play Star Citizen. We'll still be playing Star Citizen on Wednesdays. I'll still be doing Captain's Table on Saturdays. Office hours here on Thursdays. And probably some lore stuff on Sundays. But like Fridays and, maybe a couple of Sundays we'll do other things. What about SCP, Secure, Contain, Protect? Those are great, but you need to get groups with those. Yeah, I actually did Cyberpunk lore. I did a couple of Cyberpunk lore videos. I did them on the AstroPub, though. I should probably re-upload them on the Astro Historian. It's a pretty easy fix right there, actually. I didn't think about that. Start going and uploading some of my old videos.
You can take away my spaceship.
Spaceship?
You can take away my space suit.
Suit?
You can even take away my space lasers.
No pew-pews.
But you can never.
Never.
Ever.
Ever.
Take away my space game.
Jackrabbits42 has subscribed.
Thank you, Jackrabbits, for that 42 for that subscription. You're very important power, very impressive, very pedestrian. This is your fault that you're trying to drink a night. Shots and cheers in chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. Let me go through shorts, office hours, gameplay streams. I sworn I created. Oh yeah, no, it is on the Astro Historian. Forgot because that was the original one. All right, I'll be right back. Yeah, I do plan on doing some 40K videos as well, but like, one or two. Which has the new Cavill thing, yeah. But thank you for that that Twitch Prime sub there, Jackrabbits. Playlists. More videos. All right, so I did a 8-minute video called Beginner's Guide to Cyberpunk Lore. It has a total of 2,000 views. Oh, it's awful. All right, I'll be back. Later, Ackland. Oh, I'm sure I will. Right back.
Two words. Distress and bacon.
Good news, everyone!
Drugs.
I'm just an old-fashioned cowboy.
I'm Fly. I'm Pilot.
Mission complete. Burrito I eat. There you go.
Weapons free, y'all.
No, I'm not coming back. It's just a ghost. You're just seeing the ghost, y'all. Yeah, not for Star Citizen though. I've done roleplay streams for Atlas and for Wild West RP. Red Dead Redemption 2. There are many of you who may not know this, but I actually did and have done and continue to do lots of roleplay video game, like online roleplay stuff. A lot. I've done RP in Rust, DayZ, Atlas, obviously, GTA, Red Dead Redemption 2. I like doing roleplay servers because they're fun to do. Yeah, full character background and everything. But nothing for the Imperium of Man. I think the issue there might be there's just so many existing 40k content creators, you know. Yeah, it's not something I can spec into super hardcore, but DayZ Medieval. There's some Medieval DayZ. I haven't, no, but I'd love to do medieval roleplay. Did they remove the zombies and everything? Well, Kingdom Come Deliverance isn't a multiplayer game. Like, I understand doing RP runs of single-player games, but I'm talking about, like, bouncing off of other players in multiplayer. Time to role-play piracy with a Drake Battle Barge. They had spiders and other monsters. Interesting. I get the idea, though. No, that's the other thing I got to do. I also got to play Kingdom Come Deliverance through again before the second one comes out. They also have magic on the server, but obviously no guns. You have to discover magic. It's kind of cool. Nice. I'll have to take a look into it. Too many games, so little time. Not this summer, it isn't. So yeah, so let me go over some of the things, because just before we end for tonight, I do want to kind of go over the plan. Generally speaking, in the summer, I tend to stream a little bit more because I have more time. And I tend to stream a little bit earlier. I'm still going to keep the same schedule I have been. So 8 p.m. Eastern from Wednesday, Thursday, and then Friday I might go a little bit earlier because Logan usually streams a little bit earlier, and we'll still be doing the co-op streams. And then still around 1 p.m. Eastern, Saturday and Sunday. Starting next Monday, I'm going to be doing a painting stream. So that's going to be at 9 a.m. All right. That'll be at 9 a.m. till about, probably 10, 11 a.m. Eastern. So for those of you in the East Coast that are in the West Coast, that means it starts at 6 a.m. I'll be painting JRDF models. I've got Warhammer models. I've got Star Wars Legion models. I'm probably going to pick up some BattleTech models, starting sets. So yeah, I'm going to join his crew. I'm going to join his crew with Sea of Thieves. I haven't played Sea of Thieves in forever, so I have no idea what I'm doing. They won't be archived, and they're only going to be on, I might do them on Twitch and YouTube. We'll see. And then Tuesdays, I will probably be streaming, in the afternoons, and might do some like double streams sometimes on like Fridays or Wednesdays, but we'll see. The general plan for me right now is to take the time I normally would be at work outside of Mondays and write, record, and edit lore videos, and maybe some other videos as well. So that way I have a glut of lore videos that'll be done. Right now there are 2 lore videos which are up for YouTube members and Patreons, which aren't going to be released until next Wednesday and the Wednesday after next. This coming week, I'm going to record another 1, if not 2 videos and edit them. Probably just 1 and edit it and have it released for members and Patreons, which won't be released until June 12th at the earliest. Same thing with the week after that. First week of June, I'll do the same thing, probably 2 videos, 1 to 2 videos, and get that good to go. And I'll be doing that and releasing them until like the lore videos basically stop becoming successful in terms of view counts because there's always lulls in the summer. When that happens, I will continue to make videos. I just won't release them. I'll keep them in the back pile and release 1 or 2 a month to keep the algorithm knowing that I'm alive. But most of it's going to be in the background. So if you're a Patreon or a YouTube member, you'll get access to it in some cases months before everybody else does. There's one video on there that's been released since like April. It's like end of April, early May is when I made it. And I just decided not to release it because it was just a bad timing. It's the Virgil video. What, no Gunpla? I wouldn't know which Gunpla to get. I'm not a big fan of Gundam. I like Gundam, but like my favorite Gundam is Gundam 08 MS Team, and my second favorite Gundam is G-Fighter Gundam. Both of those are like 90s Gundam, which I don't think they make the Gunpla for them anymore. If they do, it's rare. Third being Witch from Mercury, but you know. Will cat modules be sold tomorrow? No, they're going to sell the concept ship. Oh, so you have played the past? Oh no, I played it at launch. I played the beta before it came out, the open beta, and I played it at launch. I loved it. I used to hang out with a couple CIG members when I played. We don't know when the cat modules are coming or if they're coming. Drake is, you're right, it isn't tomorrow, it'd be Saturday. Yeah, because Saturday is is Drake. Yeah. Will the cat go up in price when all modules are available? Maybe. All right. I do that to say, prepare for more videos and prepare for more streams. I will be doing a lot of stuff that isn't Star Citizen related. And I'll be doing some special streams going forward too, like charity streams. And next week, I also plan on streaming a lot more. So I'll be streaming. I usually do a like kind of a pubathon at the end of the year, or end of the month. I usually try to do it in the last weekend of the month, but I'm not doing it this weekend. I would die. So my plan is to do it, basically do a pubathon starting on like Sunday, and just kind of doing kind of like a goal stream sort of thing. So we'll see. Because I can't do it until Tuesday. Like Tuesday I can't, so I might do it on Wednesday going forward and stuff like that. So we're gonna do a lot more streaming this month towards the end of the month to try to pick up some earnings and stuff like that. So. But with that being said, I'm going to go to bed. I will see you all tomorrow, bright and early, probably around like 6 p.m. Eastern for some Sea of Thieves with Loken Plays. And then on Saturday, we'll be doing Captain Sable. Right now, it's just HG Vertigo. I'm trying to get some more people. We're going to be talking about the ships of Invictus. And then Sunday, we'll be doing another lore stream. We're hanging out with the lore folks and doing some stuff like that. Thank you for hanging out. Thank you for watching. And like I say every time, hope to see you someday in the black.